Well, welcome to the stream. This should be episode 23 of our Hobo to Hero. Well, I guess Football Manager playthrough is the wrong term, but whatever. We're playing Football Manager. Also, this is at the end of, I guess, the formal Christmas holiday season. It's the 26th of December. So I just came back from family trips and stuff. I'm not really informed about what's going on with this football club. Let's just see. So, seems like we lost to PIB. Yeah, I recall that. Also, we had a nice series of wins prior to that. That didn't last forever, sadly. Next up are Naga UKS and Pearl's United. These are relegation candidates. At least they should be. So Pearl's actually is in the relegation spot and Naga's not far off. Then again, same could have been said about PIB. I think they were dead last or very close when we played them. So, in fact, I think it might be worthwhile looking into this match again and the way we conceded. Because Diego, formerly known as Diego Baggio Test, did score at minute 26, so everything went according to plan and then it went all to shit. And I want to find out why. Does it have to do with the lack of chances created? Is it lack of quality of the players? I guess there's the argument could be made. Or maybe they just got lucky. Let's watch the goals at least. But two things immediately come to mind. Neither Chuchu nor Baru on the right wing seem to have a good match rating. So something's going on there. Alright, the first goal got scored by Diego after this interesting corner. So basically the first attempt didn't go well, but on second attempt Zulkifli was able to cross and Diego stood there on his own at the far post. That worked. Second goal, that was in minute 48. That was just a mistaken defense by Abdullah, I think. There's no way around this. He should have gotten that. Or maybe, I don't know. Should have had better positioning or something. And then, yet another one by Abdullah that didn't get a reasonable first touch by Ankun. I'm not so sure if Abdullah's to blame here, maybe it's Ankun's fault. But in the end, Abdullah's performance definitely doesn't go down as a good one. Clearly stated here by the 6.1 rating. On the other hand, Ankun with a 6.4 is not much better. So, one can argue that these are mistakes in defense, and we shouldn't change much at all. Or maybe, given that we play away against Naga UKS, we might as well argue, well, maybe shut up shop. Let them try to break us down. We are fine with 1 point. They are very close to relegation spots. At the end, though, I realized that we are second on the table. So either we press on with it. On the other hand, we are in this comfortable position where we can probably just stick around. And, well, wait until somebody overtakes us. I don't know. If we get promoted, I wouldn't know how to deal with this anyway. But that said, we still want to get promoted, right? Looking at social groups, well, most of them are balanced, sadly. We're trying to do something about that, but it's really hard. Killeen is not satisfied with his playing time. That comes at just the right time, though. Given that Ankun's recent performance is not exactly a performance to speak of. So there's that. Diego did score again, though. I'm not really concerned with him as a striker. Still not sure why this works, but well, I have some rough ideas. I came up with the idea anyway. Okay, so there's a few things to do here too. We can also argue that the goalkeeper probably didn't have a good match. Looking at that, 6.3. 2 saves, 2 conceded. I don't know why I rotated him in. I guess I was convinced by chat. So, they are to blame. Obviously, it's not me. He had his odd match though. And his communication improved apparently. I'll leave them in, even though I will rotate. Let's have a look at training first. That seems alright. This doesn't. Not sure what's going on here. There's a match on Saturday. Practice penalties, why not? Nah. Here. We'll do this, I think. And this seems reasonable too. There's a bunch of matches here. Also, I promised to do this stream, given that the one yesterday didn't get a replacement yet. But on the other hand, I expect most of the regular watchers to, I don't know, watch regular football. It's Boxing Day after all. So maybe everybody's busy with the Premier League and this will be one of the lonely ones. Who knows? Team cohesion increases more and more. I'd really like that. Hopefully we can get this up to max at some point, or close to max. Yeah, Carrier will miss next match. Not sure if that's good. But I think the best we can do is just move forward a day or two, talk to the players, criticize them for specific performances, and move on. I did have a look into their training rating prior to the stream. That's the only thing I did. And it seems like their training rating's fine, more or less. So there's no issue there. The expected goals story here doesn't exactly spell lose this 1-2 either. So this is obviously within the realm of possibilities. But it really comes down to two mistakes in defense. And it just tells me that Abdullah shouldn't start right now. That said, it's not like we have much of a choice. Because Carrier will be suspended, so Safri will come on, and well, Abdullah will need to play another match. There's just no way around it. His 5 points of marking, though, no, this is heading. But he has 5 points of marking too. So his 5 points of marking maybe were what we just witnessed. I'm not sure. Might be. I'd definitely prefer a better central defender, but it's not like we have anyone around here. I think I finally learned, just looking this up on Google right now. Yeah, I think I finally learned the name of the island on which Sarawak United is placed. It's Borneo. So, not informed about what I guess what the geographic environment around Borneo is just yet, but by accident I saw something yesterday about the evolution of mankind and how they migrated from Africa all the way to Asia, and well, to Australia too. And Borneo had a very interesting place in there. So Sarawak was mentioned on that. It was some sort of TV stuff thing. I wouldn't call it a series. So I realized that most of Borneo might just be jungle. I'm not so sure about it. Maybe somebody can tell me if they are from Malaysia. or somewhere close. Yeah, but that explains a lot. With respect to why the players probably don't want to come over, why there's such a limited pool of players in general, and why the club might just have a big stadium, but that's about it. I'm not sure about a big stadium. That I cannot explain. But I can certainly explain from that perspective why there's nobody around. Or not that many people. It's probably a bit much to say nobody. We do not have a match in here. There is a match on Sunday here. Yeah, we'll do that. This is fine. So we do want to play Killeen. Ankun's not in perfect morale anyway. So let's take him off. And I want to talk to him about his performance last match. He did not provide any assists whatsoever. There you go. And you can rot on the bench for one match. Might even get dropped. Not sure yet. We talked to him already. I think I can drop him. Bring Ideal back into the team. He does train well. That's good. Yeah, and we'll talk to the rest later on. Yeah. So, let's see if we can get a late Christmas present. Carrier gets, well, this is as far as it goes, right? That's half a Christmas present, I guess. Carrier did play, Carrier will not play next match, which is sad. His passing was fine. We took him off in minute 49 due to a yellow card that he got with a handball in minute 2, by the way. I recall that one. I hated him for it, like, immediately. Right off the start of the match. Also, look at this. This conduct will not... This is not okay. So, we will criticize him for his last game. Alright. And sadly, we cannot criticize him for the conduct just yet. But it will happen at some point. His conduct's shit. 4 yellow cards in 5 matches, this is not alright. Like, I'm okay with the odd yellow card here and there, but that's too much. That's even more than Sukipto had. And Sukipto was a ball-winning midfielder with... Well... I guess he was a homing missile without any tactical awareness, if you want to put it that way. He just wrecked somebody most of the time. But it did work. He was well, somewhat good with it. But once you get more yellow cards than a ball-winning midfielder as a central defender, you're probably not doing it that well. Yeah. So, given that I now realized a little bit more about the circumstances of the club, I guess I could have come up with that anyway, but it feels more familiar to me now. How the club arrived in these circumstances and why. This though, well, this is expected, isn't it? This is why we train him like this anyway. So that's fine. I don't want to put a big emphasis on final third training. Don't think it's needed. It will come up. And given his injury history of injury, I guess he has one. Well, he might get one. He will get one. But don't want to put him on high workload. In fact, it might be an idea to put the intensity level on half intensity all the time. Not sure about it just yet. Saleh doesn't like his individual training. Doesn't produce any results. He's 1m68 and he's a central defender. I guess I see why. So, let him be tactically aware and maybe a good header. But first and foremost, I think tactically aware is a good idea. It might help in all of these situations. And his positioning is bad. So we'll continue the theme of improving him a little bit. Like, he doesn't have many weaknesses up here. That seems okay. Let's improve the positioning a little bit. Hopefully that helps for him. He's also... Oh, that's the one in with... that is in the first team. Well, not in the first team. That is the one that is in the senior squad. We might actually play him against Naga UKS. If we want to give him playing time. And then there's also Mr. Selvarai. He doesn't like his final training. I don't know why. Because it doesn't produce results. Well, in that case, just take you off it. We'll see what's going on in the future. I always think, can we maybe do some sort of deep line forward with this guy, but probably not. So we'll stick with target forward. He has pretty great jumping for Malaysia. And most of the other attributes are fine too, with the exception of composure and decision making. So maybe that's just the level he's at right now. Alright. So that should reduce the complaints in the squad a little bit. Just keep this how it is. Really, we just want to keep the party going, even though there was this light. There was a slight little slip-off, I guess. That was a wrong way to phrase it, probably. We didn't really get the result last time, but overall, I think we didn't perform that badly. That said, improvement is needed. So, that's definitely a thing. 6 days in, horse. None of these are in perfect morale, so we can talk to the players now. Alright, let's start with Diego. Diego did score last time out. So, overall, I think his goal scoring form was really great. We should probably comment on his form. Didn't do that in a while, did we? Yep. Also, in the last match, his passing was fine, his heading was rubbish. He did score, though. So, given that, though, I think we'll praise his passing, actually. That helps a little bit. He barely moves in terms of morale, though. Chuchu, on the other hand, he had a 6.5 rating match. I know he was involved in the corner that led to the goal scoring. He did have good passing. He didn't create much there. One can argue that he got unlucky, given the amount of key passes. Didn't really create chances. I'm not sure. I'll probably criticize the lack of chances created. Alright. He doesn't think he played badly. And to a degree I can understand that. I can probably also praise his passing. Let's try this. Yeah. So the match rating is not... How do I put this? It's not always reflective of what the player thinks of his own performance, and in that case I can see the argument. He did have reasonable passing, he had 3 key passes, he did win his tackle, Heading wasn't exactly great, and he only had 1 interception, but that's not his main job. Overall, if one of those key passes would have resulted in a chance, his performance would have been fine. Didn't though. Zulkifli created a goal. That said, well, he won 4 out of 4 headers, so that's good. We can also praise the passing here, that's pretty straightforward. I'd rather not criticize him for the lack of chances created. Like, he created 1 chance, he had 3 passes, that's not fantastic. Could be better, but could also be worse, and he's still new to the club somewhat. So, let's ignore that. Baru's last match was lackluster. Not really bad, but not exactly impressive. I have a hard time coming up with something here. I guess we can criticize the lack of chances created, even though he created 1. We'll try this. Gotta find out if this works at some point. Okay, you think he plays his best football at the moment. So we'll praise his tackling, actually. That was at 100%, so that will probably go down well. Yes. Sophie. Sophie had a 6.6 rating. 7 out of 7 headers won. No tackles whatsoever won. I think this is an easy one. We'll criticize the lack of tackling here. Right. And he had no key passes whatsoever. So that would have been an easy choice too. Don't want to praise his passing. I'm not sure if heading is something that comes up here. We'll try. That's passing, that's tackling, directness. Not really. So we cannot really criticize, no, we cannot really praise him for the heading here, given that he's a defensive midfielder. That's kind of sad. 7 out of 7 is really great. Well, probably comes with the jumping reach on the heading. Maybe we should have played him in central defense, but what can you do? In general, I think overall, Sophie has been a reasonable addition to the squad overall. Just want to have a look at his role as a ball-winning midfielder. How's he doing? What the hell is it here? So there's barely any development here. Basically, all happened in the first month, and he doesn't really develop over here. 7.06 rating though. He scored 2 goals for some reason. Not sure when that happened. So, in his role as a ball-winning midfielder, he's just fine. Killeen just got rotated in. Given that I'm not happy with Ankun's performance, nothing to say here, or then maybe I'm okay with your training grading. He has been working hard, yeah. You'll work hard on the pitch now. And that's it? No, that's not it. Defense is missing, the most important part. So Masarin's training rating is fantastic as always. It's really sad that this is not one of our players. 6.2 rating though last time out, that was really horrible. Could have provided much more. Didn't create a single chance, no tackling. Defensive positioning was not good either. We'll go with this one. Should be fairly easy. Safri didn't play last time, did he? Oh, we brought him on. Minute 49, sure. So, well, I guess the tackles were fine. It's not really his fault that we conceded. In both of the goals, he was the defender that, well, he was watching. It was Abdullah's job to defend the situation in both of the goals conceded. Well, in particular in the second one, where he played the pass that ended up with the opponent instead of Ankun. Overall, though, I guess the passing's pretty good. Can we praise that? Sure we can. There's barely any reaction, though. Abdullah, hopefully I did talk to you already. Where's form? Here. So, I think mistakes in defense are the most likely here. He agrees. Great having this talk, he says. Well, in that case. I'd rather not have this talk, to be honest. This guy, we will criticize the lack of chances created. Mr. Hussein. There you go. And given the stats, we will probably praise the tackling on top of that. There you go. That's much better. Are there players on the bench that did come on? That's under 21 stuff. He didn't. Did we bring Dickey? I can hardly remember, sorry. We did bring him on. 14 passes, 13 completed, that's not too bad. We will praise the passing here. It was good. I'm not so happy with the lack of chances created. He had 25 minutes. Would have expected for him to create at least one chance. That said, it's still way better than what his counterpart Mazarin did. Alright. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Dickey's also an interesting case. There's a promise going on with Dickey, I think. Not a promise. A target. He needs to achieve a training rating of 7.0, and he doesn't. Overall, 6.95 is not that far off, but he doesn't achieve it. So he needs time on the pitch to get some additional experience to spend. There's only so many matches where we can play Dickey. So chances are we will play him next match. I'm not sure yet if I want to start him, but it would make sense, given Mazarin's recent performance. On the other hand, well, maybe that's even worse. Suleiman's on the bench. Suleiman has good training rating, and last time he played, didn't really create much. That's not exactly great passing either. I think we'll criticize the chances created here. He is disappointed. Well, I wouldn't put it that way. I'm not really disappointed in him. Definitely more disappointed than other people. RC didn't play for 3 matches now. His training rating is absurdly good though. So that also brings up this. This looks like we can probably use a winger on the left for 1 match. So I will rotate Harsi in and Chuchu out. I think that makes sense. Harsi also, he barely has a weakness if I could recall correctly. Yeah, he could be faster. Pace is pretty low. Don't like that. That said, he's one of the explosive kind types, if I can put it like that. He's a very good accelerating, has good off-the-ball movement, and he does it in an unexpected manner. That's not bad. Who knows, maybe he'll get faster with time. How old is he? 22. Well, probably not. We could focus him on additional pace maybe, but I think that's probably relying too much on pace. And well, it's one of his lowest attributes, so it will probably improve by itself at some point. Okay. So that leaves us with Taib. Taib's training rating was fine and we left Thomas at home for him. If I recall correctly, did he play? Yeah, he did. Came on, 10 out of 11. 10 out of 11 passes, sorry. Yeah, still, no chances created. So you can train as well as you want. If you do not put it on the pitch, you will probably not be with us next time out. Oh, well, Atan didn't really play. Probably should have played Atan, but I didn't. And then there's Hasnan. Hasnan came on, if I recall correctly, and he did not make an impact. Like, the passing was fine. Let's try this. That's good. Not so happy with the lack of goal scoring chance. Your movement was a little restricted. Well, I expected more of you. Wow. Well, that's not good. Sprained knee ligaments. How did it happen though? In the match. There's barely anything we can do about that. Alright, let's move on. Hopefully we can get a result against Naga. Alright, so given the youngster injured himself, hopefully we get some replacements that are on an acceptable level for the youth team. Don't really expect much there. It's unlikely that we get high quality here. Clean bill of health, at least in the first team. Senior squad. I was confused the two. These are very different terms. Still. It just happens to me. Okay, none of this is fantastic. I think what I'll do is I'll talk to Carrier again. His morale dropped recently, and his conduct just isn't good enough. 4 out of 5. That should suffice. Oh, I guess when you put it like that, I recognize I have to do a better job of being a good employee. Great having this talk with you. Wow. I didn't expect that. Anyone else with a similar... history of yellow cards? Not really. Sofis is fine. He's Baldwin midfielder. I guess Zulkifli is off to a great start. No. The rest of them are okay. Zulkifli will probably get there if he continues like that. 2 out of 3 on a yellow card, it's not too bad. If you want to achieve an official warning at some point. Well, these are not a thing anymore, but be warned by me. Sanudin's training rating is not good enough. Neither is Dickie's, which is really sad. I want him to succeed here. So I guess we need to play him at some point. Also, given Mazrin's last match, I think we could probably play Dickie for one match. I'll hate myself for doing this, won't I? Yeah, I will. Still, gotta give him playing time. Alright, looking at Naga UKS. So, they try to control possession. Worse form than us, well below us in the league. Yeah, I guess that's true. They try to retain possession, press high, win the ball back. And, well, page build-up play. Not much to say there. Let's have a look at their players. This is considered to be a target forward, and I guess for Malaysia that works. That said, well, off-the-ball movement's not bad. But technically speaking, this guy's not good. It's dangerous to have a target forward in a setup like this, though. And like, I'm not specifically talking about the formation, I'm talking about the playing style. Controlling possession and then receiving the odd cross. That's dangerous for us. This guy's fast. Otherwise, he's trash. Like, positioning 7-9 is not too bad, but the rest of it is really... That won't inspire fear in me, to be honest. He has crossing. That's much better. Otherwise, he's not that interesting either. 3 points of jumping. Good positioning, though. 8 points of jumping, sadly. Good positioning. Defensively, this looks solid. 3 and 6, acceleration and pace, though. 5 and 6, that's not too good either, and well, so 2 out of 3 are pretty slow. So there's 2 approaches to this. Either we try to supply high balls and hope that Diego is paired with somebody that doesn't know how to jump, which might result in the odd chance, or we try to go for the counter-attack and play faster players. I'm not sure if I want to go with either specifically. That said, this is a home match for them, so I think something like this should probably be acceptable. Let's have a look if we can defend against them. Zulkifli in the situation though still needs to play as an Enganche, whatever it's called. He probably shouldn't cross for target forward. Shooting less and crossing less often, is this a thing for him? Well, crossing less often is a thing for him. Shooting less often, not so much. In fact, it should be the other way around. Season of tackles though is probably a thing for him. Or not, he has 8 points of tacklings and a good aggression. So we'll take that off. It says low crosses here. I will also get rid of that. Taking short kicks to fullbacks. Well, I guess facing this formation to fullbacks isn't too bad. Or are these 2 with closing down and stuff? Aggression is 8. Aggression is 12. Pretty bad stamina. His stamina is much better. Still, I think distributing to fullbacks is not the worst idea. And taking short kicks is also acceptable for his ideal. His kicking is okay. I'm not so happy with his passing. This definitely has been a very slow stream so far. Everybody's still stuck with Christmas turkey or whatever it's called. It's Thanksgiving with the turkey, right? I'm sorry. What do you do for Christmas? I don't know. If you watch this later on, let me know in the comments below if you watch this on YouTube, and I don't know, drop me a message on the Discord in case you do it on Twitch. Okay. Do I know this guy? He's on the short list of the released players. He's with Malacca anyway. I will remove him from the shortlist. I don't think he's interested in coming to us. And if he is, well, we will find out. Don't think he is, though. Like, having all of these release players on the shortlist barely helps. If you know all of them and nobody wants to come over. We just gotta play really, really good football to inspire the rest of the league to come over and play in the jungle with us. They managed to labor to a draw, despite being under pressure for most of the time. And this Mr. Yaziar has few crosses, but they are pretty accurate. That's a random accident. Also, the trial offer got rejected, so probably not a thing. I don't know, transfer window should close at some point too. I'm not really in the mood to do any additional business. If somebody comes in and offers for one of our players, we should probably get rid of them. We did achieve our results. Well, not yet, given that we are at 20-something points. We need 35 or something, if I'm not mistaken. That's not horrible. Not what I'm looking for, though. Amran. Mr. Asri Amran has been put on a loan list by armed forces. That is interesting. We do not need one for that position right now, though. That said, why can't we scout him? He's been scouted already. He's on loan with 10 Terat. Okay. So they put him on the short list and then they immediately loaned him out. To the loan list, sorry. Great. That will not happen to us anytime soon. Our players all go to non-contracts once they turn 17. They get paid basically nothing and we cannot loan them out. Yep. That's how it works over here. Hopefully we get a result in this match. Mentoring groups seem reasonable right now. Thomas lost his professionalism, sadly. But we know that he must be pretty close to fairly professional still. So, the positive, we can probably scout this match. Because why not? A league match after all. I will know. By immigration. Not bad. Got them closer together. We're at 26 points. Okay. So we basically, another 10 points and we're pretty safe. I'm not sure what it is mathematically. Didn't calculate it. But we should be pretty safe. And statistically speaking, once we are up here, it's really unlikely that we get relegated anytime soon. Feels akin to the situation of Stuttgart, actually. Sitting in third spot or something. And still talking about the 40-point rule in Germany. Which is just another way to make sure that you do not get relegated. Kinda like it though. I think it has always been a mistake to talk about Champions League all of a sudden just because on the first half of the season you are doing, well, it's overachieving in that case, really. you're definitely overachieving, and well, it might be well deserved, but it goes away as fast as it came, right? So, as a manager, you gotta make sure they do not get complacent and put in the work. Apparently, some of the players might do the odd switch here and there. Not sure if anyone is interested in a switch to our club, though. Probably not. Have a look at the scouting department again, but it's probably 30-something players that are known at all. 34, yeah. So, it's still a player that will retire in the future that has no pace, yeah. No pace whatsoever. Not much better with him. He's 35. Being released from Cushing pretty soon and he will retire too. Ibrahim is scouted right now. 35. So has everything you need, probably. There's a 38-year-old goalkeeper, in case we want to go there. Ouch. Mohammad, we sold him ourselves. He was on a 180 per month contract. I think he's a reasonable option for the future, in case he ever wants to come back. Not needed right now, though. We have 2 options on the right wing. And really, this central defenders, this is what's needed. Problem is, with these attributes, he's the worst I can think of as a central defender, so I'd rather not. Hell, I'd rather play a defensive midfielder or somebody from the youth. In that case, somebody comes in and wants to be central defender with 3 points of jumping reach. Ouch. He will need to have hell of an attribute sample otherwise for me to consider that. A central defender that can't jump. Nah. Don't want to do it. 2 people offered for carrier. This is difficult terrain. So, now I would want somebody of the regular watchers around here. Nobody's there. So I guess I wouldn't need to make a decision myself. So, the question is, carrier is pretty good. He has good tackling, good marking, good heading, good positioning, good jumping reach. Acceleration and pace are a bit lackluster, so he's 23. His contract runs out at the end of the season, so chances are we will lose him. He is considered a fringe player, which is just rubbish. He's a regular starter. Minimum. He's also a very consistent performer. It didn't really show in the first match he played for us, given that he conceded 2 own goals. But overall, I'm pretty happy with him. He's also one of the few players that is on a regular contract, and we pay a ton of money for him. I'd rather not have him on this kind of contract. So selling him would be totally fine in other circumstances. The problem is, the circumstances are as they are, and we do not have a replacement. We are not within the realm of luxury that we can sell him. Let's just put in central defender here. There you go. That's it. We know 2 central defenders. Both are rubbish. Both would need to be loaned from Cushing. Well, and we just talked about this guy. With his 3 points of jumping reach and 1.71 meters. So his counterpart is slightly taller. Let's compare him to Peria, actually. Just want to show you. It's really not good. Carrier is way better. Like, I would be okay bringing in Ismail at some point, given that there's nobody else around. But carrier is better. So, for the time speaking, I think I will bite their hands off. And I hate myself for doing this, but on the other hand, this is money that we can probably ignore the money. If it keeps us in the top level of the league. Top level of the league. What am I talking about? If it keeps us up here, around the promotion spots, to keep carrier, that's pretty good. Even if we end up mid-table, probably keeping carrier would have been a good idea, because otherwise we might just have dropped off a little bit more. So I will reject all of these, and he will be pissed. That said, last time he didn't have a negative reaction, and his contract runs for an additional 4 months. So who knows, maybe he'll stay for the start of the next season. No, he is not. He's not destined for a transfer to Marchand. Seems like I drink a lot. Well, I do talk a lot too. Okay, so we had a draw against Akademi Bola Sepak Negara Mokhtar Dahari under 17s. Wow, what a name. So much for running out of character limit. Okay, so the match is pretty close at this point. We know that they play a 3-5-2. We know that their wingbacks are pretty bad. We know that our wingers are pretty good, or at least they can be if they are in the mood. We know that last time out we conceded 2 goals, and I'm not happy with that. We also play an away match. I think on the counter we should be able to score against these guys. So maybe we can put more of an emphasis on that. Try to figure out if there's a player that specifically counters, well, his counterpart, for lack of a better way to phrase it, on the other side. And hopefully that helps us a little bit and we can get away with a result. We scouted Mr. Ibrahim, a 35-year-old. That's all we got. Wow. I think I'll ignore this for now. Same here. Early signs of a last resort signing. Yeah, it looks that way. Don't want to talk about it that much. It says we should emphasize on the possession phase. I think I'm gonna emphasize on defense, given that we conceded 2 goals last time out. Not so sure about this. Was there anything that got mentioned? There's the scouting report. Let's have a look. So, they create poor chances from set pieces. Okay. Near post set pieces are pretty bad for them. So we will be able to ignore, I think, defending set pieces. We can do attacking corners, attacking free kicks, maybe, but I'm gonna focus on throw-ins instead. Also includes preparation for attacking or defensive long throws when appropriate. Why not? Let's do that. Maybe that helps a little bit here. Thomas trains well. That's good. I guess that's good. Diego doesn't. That's not so good. So maybe we should play Thomas instead. Why not? Let's bring Thomas. Let him actually play here. He is used to this kind of formation, I think. We train him as a shadow striker these days. So there's not much of a reason to play him in another position and role, right? So let him be shadow striker. Ease of tackles, yeah, that makes sense. Cross less often, shoot less often, close down more. Is he good closing down? He's pretty aggressive, and he has decent stamina, so yeah, I agree with that. For some sort of counter-attacking formation, this is pretty aggressive with 2 attacking members here. At least I feel that way. You might have a different opinion on that. I do want to bring along Volkifli though. Like, in addition to some sort of flexibility, he's pretty experienced, so maybe that helps a little bit. We'll bring Aris in goalkeeping position, and well, central defense is more or less fucked, so we will bring Salih. That will not go well, but what can you do? He even declined a little bit. Great. Thomas trained well. Let's have a look at training in general. Carrier trained well, so let's praise him for it. Parsi did. That's why we put him on the pitch. Atan did. He's not on the pitch yet. The argument can be made, though, that Baru's training rating... Where is it? Baru is on an 8.1. Never mind. We'll keep Baru around. Match rating last match was pretty bad, so he gets another halftime. And if he doesn't play well, Atan can come on. But Baru should be able to pull something out of the virtual head, I guess. Let's have a look at their left back there. So that's this guy. Baru is slower. That said, we will have a hard time finding anyone that is much faster. Does any of the two have better tackling, actually? Because we can probably press this guy pretty hard. So it's kind of a weird situation. His tackling's 4, his bravery is pretty low. How's Atan's? Bravery is even lower, and his tackling is also even lower. So I guess we go with Baru. And we do instruct him in opposition instructions, so prior to the match, to get on the heels of Nasir. Now there's this other guy on the other side. He's also pretty fast. I think this is not the worst player they have. Still. So on the left, we do not have much of a choice. We could play Chuchu, but Chuchu is an inverted winger more or less. So I'll go with that. Did we praise Harsi? We did. Sophie trains well. Wait, I want to go at least to the 8.0 or something. With all of the praising for all of the training. Taib. It does impact morale, so overall I think I need to do this. Let's praise him too, and for the rest of you, this is what I expect as a standard, by the way. This is way worse. I'll criticize him immediately. He hates that I proposed the target. Let's not propose the target then for the others. Safri, oh. We do need to play him though. Aris is on the bench. Well, I do not expect much of a 36 or a 34-year-old really. Saleh, on the other hand, Well, this is 6.75 now. I'd rather not. I will ignore these two for now. I praise my players too much for training anyway. Yeah, and then we'll have the first match of the stream against Naga UKS. Only took us an hour to get here. Well, it will probably take us another 15 minutes to set up all of the opposition instructions and stuff. I like to fiddle with that. I'm not so sure if I like it. I tend to fiddle with that. So that's a thing. Alright, 3 messages. What's going on? Please. Do something. There we go. We do not care much about this. We do not care much about Chernullet's advice. Well, in case he's around in chat, I do care about his advice, but not about the advice of the virtual representation of Chernullet. Their form is much worse than ours, it said. Well, we lost the last match. Not happy with that. So let's skip forward a bit. And I will use this occasion to do the bathroom break prior to the match. BRB. Alright, let's hit him with a few goals. I hope you guys did take the time, or I guess there's the opportunity for a gal around here, but it's very unlikely. Anyway, I hope you did use the time to do a bathroom break or something yourself too. Because now we will finally get to do that match against Naga UKS. Well, I'm really hoping for an improvement from last time, even though this is an away match. Naga... They are dead last, by the way, in the budget table. In case nobody knows about this, I might feel that maybe Perlis are below, but Naga are pretty damn low. So, if there's a team that we need to beat, it's that team. We are pretty bad ourselves. Like, we are third from the bottom or something, I think. Have a look at that again, won't we? Who cares about a few minutes anyway? I want to go to tactics. Where is this? It's here. So, sponsorship income. That's not what I'm going for. Season tickets? I guess season tickets is interesting too. Yeah. So, for some reason, we have 65 season tickets. Total revenue, €0. Great. Naga UKS are at 25 there. Our stadium is pretty big. And, well, in terms of sponsorship income, we do have sponsorship income at all. So that's a positive. Naga UKS don't. Yeah. So I expect us to beat these. We really need to. On the other hand, seems like we have a lot of problems with our squad overall. And we need to come up with a tactic that can beat them. So for now, tactic is to go down the wings on the counter attack, give them the opportunity to break us down, which well, they will probably have a hard time with that. That said, our central defenders are not exactly in great shape. We're basically playing the B team here. Well, if there's a B team to be had at all, it's probably the C team. We start with the B team on a regular basis, given that the A team just got sold. Just got poached. It's not like we can do anything about that. We lost our best players, and there's nothing we can do about it. We need to give them all non-contracts. So, yeah, Carrier's missing. Carrier is what ties the defense together, if anyone does. It feels weird to put it like this, but it is what it is. So, the youngsters will need to cope with that. Abdullah and Safri. The alternative is to not play Abdullah and play Saleh. That's even worse, isn't it? He's hard. He's just on a bench in case somebody needs to come on the pitch. Okay, Ankun can stay at home. I agree with that. He didn't play well. Taib didn't show anything last match. He needs to reconsider his, I guess, his enthusiasm. Enthusiasm? Yeah, enthusiasm for the match. Amran can probably come along. So that means Ishak can go back to the under-21s. It says here he's a consistent performer, though. What's his match performance last time out? He had a 6.8. So I'll still bring him along, why not? Amran is not destined to retire yet, though. Ishak's pretty young. Doesn't really, no, pretty old. Holy shit. Ishak's pretty old. Doesn't really belong in the under-21s. He's just rubbish quality-wise. On the other hand, as long as he provides a 6.8 rating for 15 minutes, I'm not really concerned. So I'll keep him around. I did get rid of some players that joined the club like 2 matches ago, recently, just because I thought they were not fitting of the squad. But I have a hard time coming up with players that do fit the squad, so... Well... The recruitment focus came up with... That's not much. A goalkeeper with notable weaknesses. To be fair, he's pretty okay for our level. He'll also leave at some point. Yeah, he's on the shortlist anyway. At the end of the season, that's probably a good transfer, right? Right now, I don't think so. Communication's pretty low, but he's 22 and he's consistent. That must count for something. So that's not too bad. Yasmi. I do not really have interest in a poacher, in particular not in one with no jumping reach and no strength whatsoever. Sure, that's not really needed for a poacher. Can also play on advanced forward if we want him to, but we usually play with a false number 9. Some sort of false 9. He's not bad. I think he's a former player of ours though. Yeah. Former player of ours, barely played for us, and, well, looking at this, he has a nice shot. But I think I would probably still play him as a ball-winning midfielder or something. Yeah, and he needs major improvement there. That, or we need to change tactics. Tactical meeting. I will go down the wings. Go away. Okay, we do go down the wings. We do play fairly wide, I can see that. We do waste time a bit, that's all good. In transition, doing short kicks, yeah, why not? We could also try to distribute to the flanks. That should disrupt shape pretty much. Jumping reach is 4 and strength is 2. This is 6 and 3. Let's have a look at them. So, first of all, we might catch them out of position. He's way better though on the physical side. He is not. So for ball distribution, I'd rather not do that. Let's forget about that. Where was it? Let's go back to fullbacks. Fullbacks should pull them forward. So they might just run into a pressing trap. Killeen should be able to receive most of the passes and play a decent pass from that on. Not exactly expecting game-changing, penetrating balls from him, but he has the skill set to play a long ball. So that's good. As has Sophie, no, Sophie doesn't. Suleiman does. So I guess it begs the question, should we play Suleiman instead? He's also good defensively. You know what? We'll sub on Suleiman here. That's the wrong role there. I think we gave him the role as a defensive midfielder recently. Yeah. Should work in this kind of setup. And he can play much more direct passes. Taking more passing risks? Well, he's good at it, isn't he? So we'll let him play more with more passing risks. And given his 11 points of tackling, this is also a case of a hard tackle for me. Usually. So we have 2 opportunities here basically for long balls. That should complement the tactic, right? The other stuff around here, well, I probably won't do much with that. Let's see. Slightly shorter passing, that feels counterintuitive, but we really want to go through these 2 for the long balls. The rest of them are unable to play even a short pass. So we force them into play in a short pass more often than not. Fairly wide. Play for set pieces is okay-ish. We do want to retain some control of the match. Tempo slightly higher is fine. And some time wasting makes sense too. Taking short kicks is related to the good kicking attribute of the goalkeeper. He's not really a good passer, so these 2 is fine. Regrouping and countering, yeah, that we do. And we have a lower defensive line as well as closing down slightly more often and doing the low block. So we're basically trying to bait him to midfield line, and afterwards we try to go for it. Most of our players should be somewhat aggressive if I recall correctly, at least front 4 here. So we might get the ball back. Who knows? There's also pretty aggressive tackling going on overall, and not with Killeen though. Sadly. Still. So let's have a look at the position. Hussein. Well, this goalkeeper has a really bad first touch. Passing's pretty good though. Kicking and throwing is pretty good. He's dangerous. Once he gets the time to distribute the ball in a proper manner. So I think we'll trigger the press on him, even though this will not happen for probably 90 minutes. But in case it comes to it, we can trigger the press on him. Well, let's go the other way around. This guy has a really low jumping reach for a central defender. He's also right-footed only. So we can show him to the left just to make sure that his passing gets even worse, in case it gets to it. Dribbling's pretty bad, first touch is pretty bad. We could try to argue that we should close him down. Well, If we were going for a very high pressing approach, we would probably close him down. But for now, I think I'd rather not mark him tightly. Passing's 5 after all. His vision is 1 to 2. That is somewhat dangerous, but it's unlikely that something strange will happen here. Passing's even worse, so let's not mark him tightly either. He can play a ball. Well, at least we would be okay with it. Dribbling, bravery, first touch, this all is pretty bad. Don't want to close him down specifically though. Rove. Dribbling's pretty low, bravery is a bit better, passing's shit. Let's not mark this guy tightly. They can play the ball basically between the central defenders. I don't care much. And chances are they will either play short passes to retain possession, or we will face the odd long ball that is very likely to be misplaced, hopefully. It's a bit different with him. So his crossing's somewhat dangerous. I do not really like to show a player onto a reasonable left foot. In this case, though, I'd rather face the passing on the left foot than the crossing on the right. Passing's worse than his crossing. Obviously, there's also the opportunity to play a cross straight into, I guess, into the penalty area, through midfield, if you want to put it that way, not down the wing. What's he good at? Well, first touch is okayish. Dribbling's pretty bad. Strength and bravery are okayish. His composure is 3 though. So, seen from that perspective, I think this is a case of closing him down. He might not like it. At least that's what I'm hoping for. Defensive midfield. Crossing is 1, well, okay. Thanks. Dribbling's pretty bad. Bravery is somewhat lackluster. Strength is pretty bad. Passing is 6 only. His vision is 10 though. His off-the-ball movement doesn't really exist. So we'll try to mark him, I think. If we can. We have an attacking midfielder. And we have an attacking midfielder that is pretty fast, same as him. So that's an interesting duel, given that his tackling is also pretty off. Let him mark the defensive midfielder. There we go. A point to make here is, well, his positioning is pretty bad. So it's unlikely that, or not the positioning, the marking is free. Positioning is not much better though. So chances are he will lose him. We're really just sending him past Ratsuki, so the two are more likely to be close together, because I expect Thomas to be able to run at least at a similar pace, and his tackling is 6. He's pretty bad with it. There's also, like, bravery and composure are a bit off. Chances are it will obstruct him in the defensive way. Thomas is hard to deal with for this guy, or at least it's a 50-50. That's what I think right now. His crossing's bad. His passing's better. So we'll still show him to the inside to play the pass. It's only a 1-point difference. Bravery is low, dribbling is low, first touch is inexistent, and strength is, well, just horrible. So that is a case of it closing down, I think. And it is also a case of a hard tackle. If we can get the ball, it's here. The problem with this is, on the right side, we have somebody that does not know how to tackle. Not with a gun to his head. So he eases off tackles, and, well, in aggregate that goes down to as normal. But there might be the occasion where a defensive midfielder gets to him. And that's a great occasion to just kick him off the pitch. This is somewhat threatening, I think. Pretty fast, sadly. Dribbling is okay-ish. Composure is okay-ish. First touch, well, composure is not okay. But first touch as well as technique. Passing, vision were great. All of this is somewhat good. The only low point is the composure, really. And, well, maybe the off-the-ball movement. He's also not that strong. So let's compare him to this guy there. He's worse with the passing. Off the ball movement 7 to 10, though his is only 7. So what do we do with these? Well, let's see. Sulaiman has pretty good positioning as well as marking, whilst Killeen has good marking, but his positioning is off. So we do tight mark on both of these. Given that we have 9 points of marking on the opposing players, we try to mark them out of the game. That's more related to what we have on the pitch than what they have, really. Their off-the-ball movement is supposed to be worse, or on par. So we'll do that. Then there's the 2 strikers. So his jumping's pretty good, sadly. Did I forget a weak foot, maybe? Nope. I have a hard time coming up with other ideas. Marking him tightly with that off-the-ball movement, please don't. But we need to have good positioning, and that will be a hard thing on our central defenders. They are not good at this. On him, well, composure's pretty bad. He also has 10 points of first touch, so hardly anything we can do about it. Hard tackles or something. Bravery is low, but strength is pretty good. What's with him? That's a case of a hard tackle, if I've ever seen any. In striker position, 5 points of dribbling and low bravery and low strength. I hope for a hard tackle here. Composure is okay-ish, though. I don't know. For this one, not really a case of a tight mark either with that off-the-ball movement. Not really a case of hard tackles. It's more a case of a normal tackle if you want to put it that way. I think we'll go with that, actually, not to give away a penalty. But I can hardly think of anything else. So I ranted on about our position instructions for 15 minutes, as promised. Alright, let him take the armband. Great! Everybody seems to be emboldened for some reason. So let me know what you expect as a result at this point prior to the match. And I will say, I expect this to go really bad, in a way, but on the other hand, I think we can definitely pull off 3 goals. That shouldn't be much of a problem. They do have good midfielders. And, well, the strikers are okay-ish too. They're primarily lackluster in defense, I think. So this is an away match and we lost the last one. Might be counterintuitive, but I think I will ease the pressure. That worked on one player. Great, Abdullah. The rest of them do not seem to feel much pressure. Well, Ishak does. But Ishak feels pressure everywhere, it seems. Still. Gonna go for encouragement. Everybody's motivated. Alright. Let's do this. So, if they lose, they might just drop into the into the relegation area. If they don't, well, then they probably won't. If we win, we have a good chance to either retain our 2nd spot in the league. That was the first direct pass and it was horrible. Yeah, either we have a good chance to retain 2nd spot, or might even go top spot in case Kuala Lumpur don't do their homework. Nazir. Yeah, that's the central defenders. The attacking midfielder isn't really marked well, it seems. And as you saw, that pass was pretty bad. Ideal finds Mod Hussein as instructed. Baru. Baru loses the ball for some reason. Wins back the ball, that's better. And Killeen just used the long ball here. We do not really retain possession too much. Baru's defending so far is pretty good. It's not exactly what we pay him for. We do get a long ball here for Mod Hussein though. It's offside, isn't it? Of course it is. Well, still, I think the defending overall on the, in particular in the wide area on the right, that's good. Thomas. He's uninterested after being encouraged. Really? Well won by Safri. Suleiman Killeen didn't get the ball here. And that's an interesting pass back. I've seen keepers that are unable to touch this in the correct manner. Long ball straight towards Abdullah again. Wow. Saidil didn't stand a chance. Sadly, Abdullah didn't either. And we give away a corner. That's that doesn't go that well for now. And I'm not really convinced. Nazir takes the corner. That's well defended. For now. And they had another shot. Granted, it was a long shot only. Baru for Thomas. He does have the vision. Doesn't have the passing though. Suleiman. For Dickey out on the wing. Dickey skips past his man Diego with a header. Alright, it's something. It's also offside. 14 minutes, we didn't create a single good chance. Well, none at all. And central defense seems pretty challenged on our side. That said, if we push up higher, central defense will look even worse. That's one for the keeper. Goes for Diego. He doesn't win his duel. Well done by Harsey. Thomas. That's a reasonable pass. Baru. Still Baru. And that's it. Mod Hussein. Baru again. Thomas. Thomas does take the shot. That's it. That's undeserved. Gotta put it like it is. Still pretty happy with that. It was a nice combination. I didn't expect Thomas to finish from that distance. He's instructed not to shoot that much, if I'm not mistaken. Also on his left. The left is not his strong foot. It is. Never mind. He's left-footed. Still, 3 points of long shots. You can probably see where I'm coming from. No, interesting choice by Killeen. So, I think I can be happy with the result so far, not so much with the, well, with the performances. On the other hand, we didn't concede yet. And this might have an impact on their morale. Issa seems apprehensive. That's not bad. Dicky and Killeen exchange passes. Twice. Baru wins the header. Ah, handball. That seems to be an epidemic at this point. The handball. Well defended for now. That's a cross from deep. The ideal needs to come and claim the ball. He doesn't claim it though. Just pushes the ball out of the penalty area. Did work well so far. Thomas. The free. He's a horrible passer. Finds Barudo. And Baru plays a penetrating pass towards Diego, who doesn't run for it. Dicky, well intercepted. RC, and Diego misses the opportunity to get to the ball. Ofindra. There's no specific instruction going on for the striker here. Montnazir with a cross from deep, that's dangerous. Yep, it's a corner. We will praise him for now. We are up by 1 goal after all. Not sure if that's warranted, but well. That was probably the best finish of the entire game. Well, with the exception of Thomas's. That did end in the back of the net. Killeen's pass is fine. Diego again. Suleiman. Dicky's cross is not bad. Diego's header is though. So, no complaints about Dicky so far. There's a throw in. Taken by them. Harsi gets possession. Killeen and Suleiman exchange passes. Killeen retains possession for a second. I think it's pretty low. I can have a look later on. Also, thanks for being interested, by the way, and welcome to the stream. That's great. This is not. So I can tell you overall, let me have a look, in case you're interested. What's Malaysian League? So the league is in position 51. Is this worldwide or is this Oman, Uzbekistan, man? This looks like Asia. Yes. Seems like it, yes. So position 51, but this is second league. Well, it's League M3 in Malaysia. So this should be second league, because they disbanded their second league. And first Malaysian league, Liga Super Malaysia, is in 20th spot. So it's pretty damn low. Which I guess is fitting of our attribute profile overall. Hope that helps. So what brought you over here? Being interested in Malaysia? No problem, always. That's what I'm here for after all, right? Did you ever do a save in a league like this? Don't let him cross. Gets to do the cross, so ideal. Well done. By the goalkeeper, not so much by the defenders. Kamal takes the corner. Dicky doesn't defend well. Yeah, well, I could have gone there too. I did start unemployed, also with no skills whatsoever. So I guess that's very similar. And we ended up in Malaysia. I could have gone to, well, it was either South Africa as an alternative or Wales. And well, given that I spent some time in Wales last installment of Football Manager, I wanted to avoid that this time. Just not to bore the regulars on this stream. That's a good pass, but also not exactly a progressive one. This though... it could have been better. Hi Mies, welcome back to the stream. We are trying to get the upper hand on Naga UKS. It's it hasn't been that successful. This team is semi-pro, yes, and well, we don't even have players on new regular contracts on semi part-time. It is. We do not have players on part-time contracts anymore, with the exception of maybe 4. The rest of them only get non-contracts. Also, this is on Borneo. So, I recently learned that the island is called Borneo. Demand more. I will not demand more here. What happened there? Yeah, well, yes. But that's not to say that our team is very confident about this. That's a nice floated cross. Obaru. Ah, damn it. In fact, I think I will continue the theme of the praising. Just to finish the explanation, I guess. Borneo is the southern and eastern island of Malaysia. Part of Malaysia is on Borneo. Second goal by Diego. Nice. Now I will definitely continue the theme of praising. So this is going where it needs to go, even though it might be entirely undeserved. Then again, yeah, you can pull in Baccio as long as you want. It's both is true. But there's not that many players that want to come over here, Beltane. So we have a little bit of a problem with the player supply here. Everybody wants to leave, nobody wants to get into the jungle. Yep. That's the situation. So, given that nobody wants to come here, there's also not that much money to be had, and so on and so forth. Also, Mies is the expert about the sort of management buyout situation that went on here. So, I don't know, I should probably put up an article at some point about this, given that it is a topic that comes up a lot. 2 goals up. All. In fact, I do have all of the leagues loaded for the entire database. So this is like 50% of why this is progressing like at snail's pace. And the other 50% is I'm running this on a 13-year-old CPU. So, in case you didn't bring time, that's probably the wrong streamer for you. On the other hand, we have a lot of time to talk shit. So, I don't know. Whatever you're looking for, I guess. There's also a meme going on here, given that we have 2 players that are named Choo-Choo with their last name. One is Amran Choo-Choo and the other one is Asmar Choo-Choo or something. So we named one Choo-Choo and the other one Thomas like the train. Nice save by Sideal. Not sure if we want to keep either of them though. Yeah. Anything else worth mentioning for a first-time watcher? Not sure. Mies, what's the most important thing about this squad? Other than Thomas doing the counter right now. And, well, he doesn't go. Willy! Great. So, first of all, Willy is spelled with an IE. Second of all, this is a poacher that I sold for, I don't know, 1.2k. And, Mies is mad about it. For, like... no. No youth internationals here. Well, there are youth internationals in the database, obviously. Also Malaysian ones. But no youth internationals in our team, and certainly no youth internationals interested in coming where we are. We are rock bottom trash. Nobody wants to come to our club. We're trying to get a reputation of not being relegated for now. Given that we are in second place right now, I'm not sure. Dickie's playing, because Mazarin had a 6.2 rating last time out. So I wanted to give the opportunity to Dickie to make a reasonable appearance. And for now... That's the other meme, yeah. So Dickie's really rubbish, but he's a resolute player, and for some reason he comes up with 6.8 ratings all the time, whilst other players might do way better, but Dickie's somewhat reliable. There's, on the Discord server, there's the odd meme about it. By the way, Mies, what do you think about my meme? Just wanna ask. Nobody commented on it, as far as I'm aware. RC, come on! He didn't. He doesn't get it into the back of the net. Holy shit. Nah, nobody commented on my very creative meme. I guess that's what happens to small-scale streamers. Well, I'm at home for like 1 hour, 42 minutes, and then maybe half an hour for having some food. Dickie! Your turn to score, or not. Abdullah tried. Well, that would have been the day for Abdullah to score. You will have more than a minute, it's fine. It's not that great. Hope you had a good time. This is a 40k all-seater, by the way. And the attendance is 97 people. So, it's a big fucking stadium. It belongs to us. Or, well, we share it with the other Sarawak club. It's a weird situation. There's nobody visiting, more or less. And, that's not about to change. We cannot... Well, we can invite other clubs for friendlies over here. There's barely any positive return for that. But there is the local Sarawak club that is our... former parent, I don't know, sharing the board, kind of affiliation thing going on. But on the other hand, they are our rivals, so we can get like 10k per friendly from playing our own rivals that are also affiliated with us. It's a weird situation. And apparently people like to watch this. So we can play them all the time. Like every second week or something. So much in fact that I put the assistant manager in control of the friendlies. Usually I'm one of the psychopaths that manages their own friendlies. But if you do it for the same club like 15 times a season, you probably don't want to do it anymore. Well done by Safri. Didn't expect that. Also 60 minutes into the match. We should probably come up with replacements at some point. It's not like this is going well just yet, is it? Like, we have the result, but it's not awe-inspiring just yet. Don't let him shoot. He doesn't shoot. That's even worse. It's ideal saves though. Baru gets a yellow card. Well, in that case, he can probably make it off the pitch. We do have a replacement for him. That makes sense. So I'll take off Baru immediately. And bring on Atan. I wanted to do that anyway. Taking fewer risks and shooting less often, yeah. Also, 3 points of tackling, so probably ease of tackles, man. And I don't care from where you cross. I really don't. Get out there. Hit the back of the net or something. So, I'm not sure if you answered the question, what brought you to the stream, Deltane? Was it the weird choice of league, or did you come in, I don't know, by Sealand's video, I guess, as the second, the second most occurring thing these days. That's okay, that's not. Well, we didn't concede. That's a positive. Ah, okay. Well, I'm vaguely familiar with what's going on down there. Just from Football Manager perspective, though. We did end up in Indonesia. Also, we did end up with a goal conceded. That's not good. We did end up in Indonesia at the end of FM23. So, that's probably me learning about geography, though. Like, I'm from Germany, I have no idea about how all of this is... Wow. That's more than I do, though. So... Sorry to disappoint. On the other hand, I guess seeing somebody that doesn't know anything about the region playing Football Manager Day, maybe that's entertaining. For a while at least. So, we conceded a goal, I'm not happy with that. RC with a cross, Artan with a... Wow. Didn't expect that either. Makes an appearance, instant impact. Not bad. 15 minutes to go. I will put time wasting on my free grand. They are? Didn't know that. In this case, certainly, yes. I want to look at this, though. Artan's jumping reach is 7. That's not too bad. His heading is 4, so don't expect much there. The defender, this should be the left wing back, right? Mod Nazir. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I guess we should look for the far post after all. FN24, this is the first. But FM in general, I don't know, since 2014 I think. So, a lot. Most of it on off stream though. I started streaming the last installment and, well, I guess my style's a bit different from some other people. For example, so far we can... Okay, yeah. I was interested in doing that, but I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on with AI generated faces and stuff on the FM23 save. I would need to import that too. Okay. Well, what's too easy about it? Well, we still have 10 minutes plus stoppage time. I think this is the point to rotate. Heavily, in fact. I will even bring on Saleh. Despite all of what's going on, I do not expect to concede 2 goals. Hasnan? Well, might as well bring on Hasnan. Zulkifli, though, for sure. He needs some sharpness. He does, right? Yeah, he does. We can also bring on Ishak, why not? The rest of them seem pretty sharp. Hasnan doesn't. So I will bring on Hasnan for Diego. That kind of disrupts however we set up the team so far, but might just work. And that's all of the substitutes, right? Yeah, that's all of the substitutes. So we'll do that. What kind of team are you managing, Deltane? Or what kind of team did you manage? Given that you apparently stopped for it being too easy. didn't get a far post header this time. Okay. To be honest, I have no idea what kind of club this is. Like, yeah. For somebody from Germany, I'm pretty bad at football in general, throughout Europe. I barely am aware of what's happening in Germany most of the time. So, I don't know. I probably need to Google this. Sorry, man. Yeah. Just found it. Cambuur were denied promotion to the Eredivisie as a result of COVID-19, despite being in the first place. Oh yeah, they abandoned the league, right? Wow. Wow. Are you one of these people that go with a very attacking mentality and two shadow strikers in attacking midfield right at the start of the season? Feels like it. Then, well, in case that's the case, I might know somebody that has a similar mentality. Not me, though. At least these guys are unable to hit the back of the net. We'll praise him once more. Okay. That's weird. So this is not custom database though, right? I guess I made the experience that some custom databases don't work that well. And also the English pyramid. If you go way below the 6th league, most of the leagues feel very similar. And going from League 10 to League 6 is pretty easy, in my experience. Oh, you just sign the best players and move on. Usually it works somewhat. Dickey is on a 7.1 rating. Just want to put that out there. We might just concede another goal. Yeah, well... Duh. I see. Yeah, but then on the other hand, isn't that what's usually... It's a good approach to lower leagues in general, isn't it? Physically strong and fast and so on and so forth. Like, I'm not doing it that different, I think. It's a bit different given that this is Malaysia. Like, 5 points of jumping are probably pretty good around here. And same with the strength. If somebody has a strength of 1, usually they are a bit on the weak side, but the regular player might be 2 or 3. That's probably a bit exaggerating, but... all of them are pretty damn fast, though. Okay. I see. True. True. And you seem to rely on attributes a lot, so maybe there's a lesson there. Not saying you're wrong. In the end, it will probably go down that path anyway. Attributes are important. But on the other hand, there's an entire bunch of attributes that are also important. The Dicky meme. Or oh, my meme. Oh, thank you very much. Hooray! Maximum gratification. Misa appreciates it and I get a clown. Thanks. I'm not sure, my family probably didn't approve, but that's another circumstance. So, who knows. How we'll deal with next Christmas. Yeah, it is a good win. So, obviously, yeah, it is important too. Obviously, I would have preferred not to concede, but in the end, it went well. And we did get this with a defensive setup. So, not too bad. Scoring free. That's not too shabby. Also, Mr. Harsey apparently had a pretty good game with 2 assists. Goal scoring was well distributed. So, not given the experience all to one player. How is your statistical tinkering coming along though? Pretty happy with this. Anyone that came well, I took him off due to the yellow card. He probably doesn't care. Suleiman didn't play well. I'd rather not bash him. Hussein neither. Really. Just keep this going. We'll keep the party going. That's the best we can do right now. Oh! Well, look at what happened. KL Rovers lost to Saints. I'm not sure if I want to be happy about this. Saints are on our heels now. On the other hand, we are in top spot again. This is damn close. Goal difference is on our side though. Well, so far. it's called Starship Hard Space Shipbreaker. But thank you very much. Oh yeah, the refereeing incidents. I recall that. True, I recall that. And then you decided that this game is trash and you wanna play it, don't wanna play it anymore. So I guess I should be I guess I'm very happy that you still stick around for my save for Football Manager. That's it, Starship Mullab 4, so that is I guess trash. I don't know how to whatever, trash disposal, I guess. Starship trash disposal is probably an appropriate name for Hard Space Shipbreaker too. So I'm okay with that. Probably should have translated it like this to German. There's a match on Sunday here, so we will have an additional day of training, thanks. Alright. Well, I see where you're coming from, but free beers are not a solution. Alcohol in general is bad, man. You shouldn't do that. Also, it's your life, so whatever. But still, this is a Twitch stream, so I need to say alcohol is bad. Harsey's on form. How's his morale? Perfect! Okay, well. As long as the other 4 were not exactly excessive, I guess that's a positive. I'm trying to come up when I had with the thought when I had the last alcohol the last time. That must have been a while ago. I might have had a beer recently at some point, just because I wanted something else in the water. But that must have been weeks ago. Not sure. Any favorite drinks on your part, Deltane? This is where we talk about favorite drinks. Mine are probably water and carbonated water and then some tea. I'm really interesting as a person, as you can probably see. Fun at parties too. I might get some Coke Zero here and there. Yep. I don't know, I guess it's the health impact overall of alcohol for me. It just feels stupid at some point. Like, I'm not bashing the people that drink regularly, but on the other hand, I think I grew out of it at this point. I'm too old for this stuff. Wow, Rachili now shoots with power. We need to have a look at the mentoring groups in that case. Where's Rachili? Not in here. Great. Staff meeting. Nope. Summary to inbox, please. Yeah. I see that. It must have been similar for me. I guess more or less the remainder of the time at school and afterwards studying. It was a fun time, but if I could repeat it, I would probably cut down the alcohol by at least 50%, maybe way more. I see. That makes sense. I think there was a time when I don't know. When I needed drinking sounds way too much. But when I enjoyed the odd drink, but I'm certainly very happy that I grew out of that. I think it's just a symptom of having stuff to deal with in the remainder of your life, and I'd rather not having to cope with that for that with alcohol. I'm pretty happy with my life these days. Sure, some stuff could be better, some stuff could be worse, as always, but I don't feel like I need to cope with anything right now. There's always small stuff though. Yeah, I guess the doctor would probably approve. I'm not a doctor, so I have no idea. But a doctor would probably approve that it doesn't matter much. Human body is able to cope with that stuff. Alright, Pillis is next. But you talked about specific drinking so much, I think I want to have a Coke Zero. So, water's also more or less empty. Cheers. So I'll do what every reasonable streamer does at this point. I don't know. Go on a bathroom break. Grab a drink too. Brew a cup of tea. Whatever. Don't watch the ads. BRB. Ah! I made it just in time. So, a question came to mind. A question for Deltane, actually. When was the last time you did a real trash save? Starting unemployed with no skills whatsoever and trying to cope with whatever you encountered in some random ass club that picked you from the street. Did you ever do that? So, basically a regular journeyman with no skills whatsoever. You might have been the end of the world, or worse even, Wales. So, did you ever do that? And if so, how did it go? Cool. No scouting report because the analyst, well, there's a scout report. The analyst thought he doesn't need to do his job though. That's good. Well, these are not rock bottom in the league, but pretty close. Is it half the games at this point? It's exactly half the games. How do you know? Yeah, it's half the games. So top of the league after half the games, and also by 1 friggin' point. That said, KL Rovers are a professional club, so what's there to say? We also lost Deltane. I'm sorry to see him go. It was a reasonable conversation up until now, but apparently we're not interesting enough. Sad face. Yeah, the goal difference, yeah, okay. Oh, granted. That's not too bad. Also, Mies, given that you're around a lot, can I give you homework? Sorry, man, it's really tiny. There's the camera position over here, right? I never watched this. So, I thought to myself, the camera position as well as this weird sticker party thing, they need to go somewhere and the follower account and stuff. And it needs to be placed here, more or less. The alternative is to place it over here and to do the camera facing the other way, you know, so I look into the middle of the screen. But I want to find out if this is placed too high. There's some stuff that gets obfuscated by this, and then there's the interface in the match that gets obfuscated by this. But I need to put it somewhere. In case there's like 15 pixels or something of space down there, I could place it a bit lower. Can you have a look for that, please? Like, just give me feedback if there is space down here, and if it does not get obstructed. Because otherwise I will need to rewatch like 2 hours of my streams to find out. And, well, maybe you see an opportunity to put it here or there. Or maybe you have, I guess, a watcher's perspective. That would be great, man. Thanks. Because you have a watcher's perspective, if it obfuscates some part of the user interface. Give me feedback like, I cannot see this shit, Chris. What are you doing? You are not a professional. That's fine. That would help a lot. So, yeah, any feedback is appreciated. I do realize, though, that the user interface of the in-game match gets, well, I do not have much of an opportunity to move this camera or somewhere, I think. There's also the feedback down here in the user interface of the match, like the encourage bubble or something, or the feedback by the assistant manager. But that's, like, it shows up like 10 minutes later. It's useless anyway. So I'm not sure if there's obfuscation. Well, the problem with right side is, then I need to put chat somewhere else. There, let me think of that. I think I had it on the right for a while. And I had to put, like, the notifications up here. That is true, that makes sense. I think there's a right display, give me a second. I have something like this. This is cam left. See, I can put it to the right. It looks weird, but where the hell is chat now? Chat box. Yeah, the chat box gets obfuscated by that. So then I need to put the chat box somewhere. Where do I put it? To the left? Well, great. I mean, I guess I can do that, like this. Live on stream! Also, the sticker party stuff needs to go away, and I need to do this, move this somewhere, so probably not doing that. Yeah. Thanks. I'll go back to this, though. I need to set this up in another way. Maybe I get an idea. But thanks for having a look anyway. Well, I just like to be different. Insert unicorn meme here. Please don't make a screenshot and shop a unicorn onto me. Okay, Zulkifli. Not related to ours, probably. Nope. Just the same last name. What do we pay our scouts right now? That's probably under staff. we pay our scouts 65 and 70. Great. No transfers coming in. So we can have an additional scout if we want to. I just don't want to right now. I think I want to. Just don't want any of those. Okay. That's a lot. What? Crossing is a slight weakness of Amran. I do not agree. His passing's trash, though. So we'll probably go with that. That said, it doesn't help much. He doesn't play anyway. Mazrin's ball control could do with some improvement. True. Also, I do not think there is a reason to put an emphasis on any of this. Training's pretty good on him. Safri is quickness. Not great, granted. Okay, Dickie's average training rating is not 7.0 yet. It's 7.15 now. Not bad. Did improve a little bit. I also like Sydil's overall match rating. 6.9 last time out. So, did you just make the round trip? Or are there, like, 3 German streamers and I'm one of them? So, 7 out of 10 is still a reasonable, I guess, proxy. It's the opposite of rounding in that case. I had it on the right, though. I had it on the right, I think. But thank you very much for having a look. I just can't recall anymore why I removed it. I think it might have had to do with the camera perspective too. Yeah, of course. So the problem is with the lighting. If I put it to the, if I put the camera to the right, the camera position needs to go to the left screen. There's 3 screens in front of me, in case you're not aware. And so it points towards I don't know, this room is a bit stretched, but it points towards the remainder of the room. That's not a big issue. The problem is the lighting is there. So I would need to put a lighting here, like there, and up there maybe. That would, well, that's also an idea. On the other hand, that would be weird. Like, that wouldn't be my real face, right? Is this something that is an idea? It is an idea. I'm just not sure if it is a good idea. In aggregate, it might feel weird to people at some point. Because it's not, people recognize if a face is mirrored at some point. I'm not, look at my face. It's not exactly symmetrical. Like, there's stuff in my face that belongs to the right and to the left. So it might be weird to you. Long term. That stuff, that needs to go away since, 3 weeks. I wanted to cut it off, I just don't get to do it. I do a stream instead. But, pinky promise, I will do it within this week. Okay? If I don't, I don't know. I guess I need to fire Dickie or something. Well, I will probably see the hair cutting machine though. I get the intent, but there is a reason why I have this kind of haircut. Let's talk to Sinudin. Now isn't the time for encouragement, okay. Nah. Look, it depends on the kind of haircut you want, I feel. For me, most of the time the haircut was rubbish anyway. So, at least you can sue him. As expected. Nah, there's not a chance that I would cut off my own hair. That just doesn't happen. I think he's an interesting choice overall. He was with us. We could just get him back. At the end of the season, that is, not now. At the end of the season. Oh, no transfer interest. Never mind. That's probably for the better, isn't it? Okay, I don't want this guy. Go away. Still though, we can argue that this is not a reasonable haircut, probably in particular in the back. I can use some help there, here and there. I learned how to do it, but it takes a lot of mirrors and time for me to figure it out, and it's definitely not perfect. That said, most people don't care about a haircut anyway. Like, when's the last time you looked at somebody and said, oh, this is a really great haircut? Ouch. That's, wow. Didn't encounter that yet. On the other hand, it's Virtual Basic for applications in there, so... Still, I want to emphasize with the hair cutting, depending on the kind of haircut you have, any money wasted on a haircut is probably wasted. You know? On the other hand, for some occasions, it's probably alright to go to a hair cutter. But there is always this kind of person that has a haircut that is basically 2 millimeters shaved all over the head, and they go to the hair cutter like, I don't know, every second week, and they're like, I need this haircut. I need to go to the hair cutter, I cannot do that myself. And then they cannot afford, I don't know, food for their children or something. And I'm like, it's probably a bit exaggerated, but you know where I'm getting at. People tend to waste a lot of money for stuff they expect they need, but nobody expects them to do it actually. There's, I guess, in particular in the entire industry of, I don't know, all the smells and the looks, if you want to put it that way. There's a ton of stuff like that. I should probably spend more on makeup, come to think of it. I don't know. Yeah, but there is this stuff. And people waste a lot of money on it. Rather send it to Sarawak United FC, please. We need every single euro we can get. I see. Well, there's also imaginary social circle. So in case you can come up with somebody like this, that usually helps, in particular in the back. It also depends. Like, I don't know. If you have like a mane that is that long and that needs hair cutting, probably take the hair cutter for that. On the other hand, let's just say I know people with very long hair and I'm aware that I can take the scissors. And it's not like I'm a professional. I am borderline capable of doing a straight cut, then doing some triangles in there to, you know, get it a bit shifted. And that's about it. Like, usually nobody notices. Nobody cares. So, it depends. Maybe a hair cutter will notice, but how many of your social circle are hair cutters? Well, it depends. If all you get from you know, if all your social environment is the hair cutter, probably keep it. But then you don't go there for the haircut, do you? You go there for having the talk and I don't know. I guess there's people like that. Better than sitting around all day playing Football Manager all alone. and being depressed and stuff. Now there will probably be like 25 haircutters on my heels pretty soon, hating me, saying that I'm bashing the profession. We will make it a meme at some point, me bashing certain professions that I think are not that important as a private consumer. Alright. Is there anything that comes to mind on your behalf, Mies? Just to share the pain, in case somebody wants to be annoyed or something. One profession that comes to mind that's not that important to your personal life, in case you want to share. You don't need to, obviously. Also, I found nuts. Really tasty. Okay, back to Football Manager. Thomas. Well, he still trains well. Sadly, it doesn't exactly translate to attribute development. Not yet, anyway. What the hell is Shadow Striker here? Balance is off. Great. He does improve on the mental side there. Yeah, we saw that. Okay, I'll praise him. He can have another match, can't he? Atan did not only score last time out, he also develops. I would have expected every attribute to develop. Well, no, the other way around. I would have expected the passing to develop, but he develops all the other attributes for some reason, so that's no good. But who am I to judge? And then Carrier. Carrier had a pause, a break. Now his anticipation is still free, but it could be worse. Didn't praise them last time. That's not really impressive, is it? Neither is this. One match against Pearl is coming up right now. The top of my head is already somewhere next season, which is probably bad. We still have half a season to go. Well, 13 matches, so half a season. And approximately 12 of these will be really important. Well, somebody did at the start of the season. I think his name is Mies154910, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody thought we would get promoted. And apparently this person's judgment is much better than mine. So I should probably delegate that. Given that I expected to fight bravely against relegation, as was the intent of the board. Then again, I might have been pushed to not sell every single player that has the remote, even the remote trace of skill by just that person, and maybe other people too, with the exception of a notable poacher. So, in the end, maybe they convinced me to go for it. And also we found a solution for the giant hole in our pocket, which is just plain Sarawak on a repeat basis. So there's a few things that come together there. Still sitting at 75k right now. No problem whatsoever. And also, the financial situation will probably sort itself, and, well, all of the quality in this squad will probably also sort itself, because it will be gone at the end of the season. So, don't know. You want to make a prediction? We are in first spot right now, and it is 4 points until Was it No, it's not PSIS. It's this other weird abbreviated name here in Malaysia. I'm not sure. But there's basically 2 teams on our heels. One is Kuala Lumpur FC. They will probably take first spot. It's very likely. And then there's the other team that I forgot the name of. But it's 4 characters, something. And I guess the long name is probably like this. We will also have another recruitment meeting for the deadline day, and I will probably not make any signings. In fact, I think throwing people out of the squad probably helped us more. There's the odd exception, like central defenders, for example. I think a central defender that would be acceptable. Let's just say a little bit below carrier's level at least. That would help the squad immensely. On the other hand, team cohesion is pretty good right now, and that is important. His composure went up, didn't it? Yeah, composure went up. Finishing went down though. Wow. We could also do strength and jumping here. I guess that's a thing. Or even finishing, really. Let's do finishing. You'll think I'm stupid, but whatever. Let's do shooting. It is a primary thing for a forward after all. So can we hold the top 2 spots? Well, we made it to 29 points in 13 matches. That's 9 wins. And 2 draws. So, to rephrase it, we lost 2 times. That's not much at all. In fact, it's kind of really bad that we lost against PIB in the first place. Same as immigration. And we won against pretty much anyone else. But I feel most of the time, this wasn't done with an attacking tactic. This was done with some sort of defensive setup. And we switched it soon enough though. So I guess if we can figure out the appropriate setup for most of the matches. I don't want to go in guns blazing all the time and then not get the result. So on the other hand, there are players in here who are very much reliable, looking at you, Dicky, for no reason whatsoever. He doesn't deserve to be that reliable given the attributes. He seems to be them. At least for now. And in case Mazrim doesn't do in the future, well, he is considered to be a consistent performer too, though. So I'd rather play Mazrim here. Also for the next match, obviously. But let's have a look at this first. Oh, this was the wrong league, was it? Well, let's scout all of it, why not? We don't play. And, well, KL Rovers do. As well as Saints it is, it's 5 letters, by the way. They are just called Saints. Do they have a long name? Don't know. They have an affiliate though, great. Yeah, so Melaka are also somewhat dangerous, and this Simbilan club, they are a professional one that got relegated, so they should be up here with us. They aren't, though. I'll go on record by saying I do not feel threatened by being relegated anytime soon. That'll not happen at this point. So we will definitely have the opportunity to manage another season here, if we want to. Sadly, KR Rovers won their match in a teeny tiny 5-1 against Naga UKS, who are dead last right now due to goal difference. Saints also won against PIB. That's sad. So now we are expected to win. Few assignments completed. Nothing noteworthy. This happened. What's Pahang? Oh, this was a cup match. Well, it was the final. Now it's gone, and they lost. But first, though, we need to play Peerless. And I need to come up with an approach based on them. Don't really have a strong feeling either way so far. Going the positive or the defensive way. Let's see. There we go. The Bolasit Park, Kuala Lumpur, hosts a very memorable match. 150 people in there. Well, great. We have paid out 2k. Okay, that's good. Next time out, though, we'll probably not offer that much money for getting far in the cup. Like, there's no money to be had there if you do not win the final. And if you win the final, I think it's 16k or something, so not impressive either. Alrighty, that's today at 9. There's still training today. There is no training today. Austria under 21s appointed Ebner as a manager. Not sure who that is. Might be my bad though. Alright. So, this goalkeeper here, who is part of our under 21s, made no progress whatsoever, it seems. There is a positive impact by the mentoring group as well as a negative one, though. Given that he's balanced, he's probably part of a big bunch of balanced people in there. And, well, aerial reach went up, that's it. Great. Alright, let's go through this. So, Ideal's recent performances... Where am I? He is first choice goalkeeper. He's played that way. I think we should probably play him, even though I don't necessarily agree that he's the best choice right now. Yeah. Positioning did go up. Well, holy shit. He might just get a point in one-on-ones at some point. Overall, I think his progress is pretty lackluster. I think I'll tell him. It's his fault, yeah, I agree. It is your fault. You need to do better. Also, we conceded yet another goal last time out. 5 saves, 1 goal conceded, 6.9 rating. That's not fantastic. It's not horrible either. Can we praise his passing? I cannot. So we will ignore that. I do not think he did that well on that goalkeeping, did he? Still, we'll probably play him. Harris is very much in decline and he will, sadly, he will go at the end of the season. Is there a mentoring group full of goalkeepers? Yeah, there is. So, Ideal is fairly indeterminate. I wasn't aware of that. 17 determination, wow. Okay, then there's Hussein. Mr. Mod Hussein trains pretty well. .5 rating last time out, no chances created. Defensive performance was a bit lackluster. He should do better. Passing overall is okay. Not exactly annoyed by this. Safri did play last time out with a 6.95 rating. In training, 6.6 rating on a pitch last time out. Tackles were fine, passing's a bit off. Tackles were okay there. 6.6 rating on the other hand is not impressive. I'd rather praise the heading in this case though. That sort of praise helps him a lot. Well, good luck with that. Abdullah. 6.7 rating in training. Poor miss. I guess the heading's alright. So we will praise the heading, will we? He barely notices though. Went from okay to fairly good. Doesn't really care. Mazarin didn't play last time out. He has great training rating there. Yeah, he didn't come on. Killeen did play last time. His actual playing time is still emergency backup. Okay. It's here. Killeen is satisfied with his playing time now that he played recently. That said, well, Ankun played pretty badly. How's Killeen doing? How's his form? He had a 7.1 rating. That's not impressive just yet, but it is alright. He's also somewhat defensively capable. So that's a positive for him. Training is okay. There's not really that much of a reason to pull him off the pitch right now. So we'll let him play. Similar argument for Sophie. Training rating's good. Didn't play last time out? Am I confused? Didn't play against Naga. Did we have Suleiman on the pitch actually? Yep. With a 6.5 rating, which isn't good enough. At least not for me. Didn't create much. Defensively, he was also a bit lackluster. 1 interception. We'll go with the striker feeding off scraps. So we'll go back to Sophie for Suleiman here. Baru, his impact was okay-ish, providing an assist. Passing was pretty good. That's not much though. Training rating is great on the other hand. That said, Atan scored. So that's even better. Training rating is fantastic. 5 out of 6 passes. Barely made an impact other than in the back of the net. Still wanna play Baru, probably. Thomas, well, training rating is great. Did score. We'll praise his last match, won't we? Yeah. He did score, that's a positive. And Diego, or as other people might call him, Baggio. 6.0 training rating, that's not great. Right. That said, he scored in the last 3 matches. So, no complaints there. If he continues scoring like this whilst his finishing is decreasing on a repeated basis, I'm not sure where to go from this. I thought Zulkifli would play more, but there's no much reason to leave Thomas off the pitch for now. Harsey had a wonderful match last time out, providing 2 assists, I think. That said, next time we will face a 4-4-2, so I will definitely go Chuchu. That phrase wouldn't make any sense to anyone outside of this stream. But Chuchu trains well for some weird reason. And against the 4-4-2, it's probably a good idea to play him. Let's have a look at their precision. Central defenders in particular too. He's a good jumper. Good positioning, good marking, no passing whatsoever. His passing is rubbish too. This is a home match against Perlis. Pretty fast. No good passers though. He's a bit better, crossing's rubbish. His passing's good. No off the ball movement though. His passing is good, off the ball movement is good too. This is dangerous. Going through the middle. Let's have a look at these. He's somewhat slow, Mr. Omar. That's on our right attacking side. Our right attacking side is graced with Baru, who is a 12-11. The alternative would be Atan, who is a 13-12, so he's faster. He is worse as a crosser. Does that matter? What's his off the ball movement? 8. Baru's is 7. So I'm going for the one that is more pacey here. Also, he needs personalized instructions. Not to tackle that hard, I think. Next. What about the one on the right? Their right, so our left. He's pretty fast. He's pretty fast. So Chuchu's not slow either, but not that fast anymore. That said, with 4 points of marking and 8 points of positioning, Chuchu might get into dangerous areas here, in particular in between these two. Or, well, basically the half space here. Abdul Razak, though, has better marking and positioning. Tackling is a bit off, though. No composure. We might provoke a yellow card here and there. And then there's Mazrin with his 14-14 overlapping on this wing. So that's still a faster one. Feel free to share. In case it's something that's related to whatever I do or I'm interested in. Oh. So, anything in particular that you learned from that? That could be better. I also think we need Ankun on the pitch at some point. At least he needs to come with us. So that would imply that Suleiman stays at home. And I'm not very confident that approach. I'm not very confident in playing Abdullah either. That said, Abdullah is probably one of the better choices as a central defender so far. So we definitely bring along Carrier. Safri goes. And now the problem is Saleh is really trash. So we bring along Safri on the bench, so we might as well bring Abdullah. And play Safri. Maybe, yeah. Well, I have a hard time, judging. I barely know your sheet, and neither do I know the video, so I would need to watch. And I'm not sure if I would be able to provide a qualified feedback afterwards. Maybe I'm just roughing it most of the time too. If we play them like this, am I comfortable with this? Safri's training rating could be better. His skill set overall is okay-ish though. There's no notion of low consistency here. Abdullah, on the other hand, no notion of low consistency there either. Just doesn't like big matches. So I guess that also accounts for his debut. Carrier is pretty consistent as far as I'm aware. Yes, he is. Same as this guy. Yep. Mod Hussein, I'm not sure. Nothing. But that's still better than playing Ishak, I think. Who would be very consistent, but also consistently bad. We also have Amran on the bench. Amran's 32. Ishak is 23. He's not that old yet. Well, we'll give him the odd appearance here and there. So, shall we bring along Ankun for Killeen? I like Killeen, but Amrun's... in aggregate, Amrun's performances are pretty good. Yeah, form's fine. That's true, with the exception of the last match. So we need to give him an additional match. He's way better, I think. It just makes sense. Sophie as a primary tackler on the pitch is not bad either. Atan, I just said, he's faster. We need him. Thomas plays pretty well recently. I have a hard time coming up with a reason to leave him out. Zulkifli is more of a technical player though. Maybe that's just what we need. How is their midfield, these two? How are they on the tackling and positioning side? Their positioning is pretty bad. Tackling is 6. His tackling is inexistent and his positioning is 3 to 6. So in case they need to track back, that's pretty bad on them. So what we're trying to do here... Yeah. I'll play Zulkifli here. And we are trying to go through the middle actually. Playing through him. He's somewhat technically gifted. He doesn't exactly have the overview of the pitch, but given Chuchu and Atan are around and also Diego dropping back, maybe he will come up with a passing option more often than not. And yeah, that's probably it. I need to get rid of some of the Coke Zero that wants to go out the other way. BRB. Okay. Well, who the hell is Norden? Oh, that's ours. Alright, we have a young attacking midfielder that is a good jumper, and we train him as a target forward. And he apparently had a pretty good performance. Can't seem to find him though. Also, well, that's a bummer. These four are qualified, we aren't. Left out very close to the top though. Would have needed a win and, well, an additional 6 goals afterwards. So, no, it's an additional 8. Whatever. We can't change it now. His training in a new position or the new role is also a bit lackluster so far. Hopefully he'll get there. Alright. Tactical meeting. It says we should push up higher and stuff. Yeah, we will probably do that, given that we play the other formation. So, forget about everything else. We'll do just that. Okay. We do also focus on playing through the middle. Because I found out, I'm assuming that their defensive midfield, if you want to call it that, that's Mr. Johari, more or less. Mr. Johari has really bad positioning, and also 3 points of tackling. He is aggressive though. So playing all the way through the middle is probably not a bad approach. His 6 points of tackling are not much better. You don't have to. Like, if you stumble upon it, it's fine. I'm usually interested in some stuff, in particular related to data, and, well, statistics and overall that stuff. I'm pretty bad at it, given that I studied math at some point. But, I guess I like to challenge myself, and at this point in time, it's probably on the most basic level that's already challenging to me. On the other hand, the more you know about specific topics, the more you realize that you have no idea. So not sure where on the learning curve I am exactly. But yeah, I'm pretty interested in most of this stuff. So that's fine. You do not have to go and look for it for me though. I'm very hesitant, usually as a person, for other people to put some work in just for me to say, nah, I'm not interested in that. Sorry, I don't want you to do that. So it's okay. It's very similar with other stuff in my life. I'd rather do it myself than sending other people around, or I don't know. On the other hand, I am okay accepting if somebody wants to help. Like think the kids. I wouldn't expected that. But you seem to like to do those, so I'm very happy to accept it. That said, I do not expect you to do them going forward, right? It's just the way it is. But I'm very thankful that you did them. Okay, his dribbling's shit. Also, his bravery is bad and his strength is bad, so that's certainly an easy one. I forgot about closing down. His first touch is pretty decent. Heading's pretty decent too. No jumping reach and strength whatsoever. And with him, first touch is pretty decent. Finishing is pretty decent. Yeah, sadly. So hopefully these two do not get balls. And the way we make sure they do not is tries to ease off tackle on him. That's bad. Crossing's bad on him though, and if we show him to the outside, that will be an easy one. Given his bad crossing. First touch is pretty great. Bravery is pretty low. This is horrible facing him, because there's no specific weakness to exploit, but otherwise I'm somewhat confident we can shut him down. Inside forward. Interesting at least. Is he also able to play attack? Of course he is. He's a 28-year-old that would also be able to play attacking midfielder as an inside forward. Sure. Johari. So Johari's passing's pretty good. His off-the-ball movement's pretty bad. I think that's a case of a tight mark most of the time. The problem is, for us, this is the playmaker's role. So we do need Ankun to mark Johari tightly. If I can find him. There's Johari. Ankun's tackling is a whole friggin' 6 points. His marking is 8. 8 in comparison to his off-the-ball movement of 5 to 7. We should stand a chance most of the time. Also, his dribbling is 1 to 2. So, that's no good. Case of a hard tackle, I think. How's Ankun? Ankun's a 5 and a 3. Bravery is pretty low, though. Let's do normal tackling on him instead. Just because Ankun is the one facing him. In case I bring on the replacement, anyone that is good with a hard tackle against Johari, maybe that's better. Sainal has better dribbling, so normal tackling on him too. But so also bravery and strength are a bit low, but not that low. His off-the-ball movement's pretty great, 8 to 10. Tight marking would be a good idea in general. I think we have somebody there that can do it. And Sainal, old Sophie. There he is. Sophie has somewhat reasonable marking. He might lose his man from time to time. His tackling, though, is great. So there's that. Hopefully he can win the ball back from Sainal from time to time. He is a good passer. Same as Johari. So this is the danger. If we lose one of the two, they might play a good pass. Hashim, on the other hand, has good crossing with 8 points, and the dribbling is okay-ish. I guess normal. But we can show him to the inside. And then he has 6 points of passing, no vision whatsoever, and pretty bad mentals. I would like to go in hard on him, but with that dribbling a first touch, probably not. By the way, these have good first touch. Yeah, both of them have good first touch. Same as him, sadly. His crossing's pretty bad, though. If we show him to the inside, he will be forced to play a pass, which he's good at. Oh, he's left defender. Never mind, we show him to the outside, and then he's forced to do the crossing most of the time. So that's better. That said, this guy's dangerous overall. He's slow, but he's dangerous. At the age of 39, I guess that's to be expected. If going through the middle doesn't work, going down the right and knocking long balls behind him might be an idea. It's not exactly what we're going for usually. We try to overlap on the left, not on the right. And we do not have the player to do it on the right, right? Interesting phrasing. Okay, this central defender doesn't know how to play a pass. Same as him. So no need for a tight mark. Both have, well, he has a really bad jumping reach. His jumping reach is good, sadly. And also he's pretty fast. In aggregate, I think their technicals as well as, well, the mentals are somewhat lackluster. But the technical skills are okay. Bravery on him is pretty low. His strength is 5 only. Dribbling 1 to 3, that's no good. Bravery on him is a little bit better, but not much. We'll go in hard and hope that nobody gets sent off the pitch immediately. And this guy has good crossing, sadly. Right-footed, passing's okay-ish too. Let's show him to the weaker foot and hope for the best. Goalkeeper? This is a good goalkeeper, but his one-on-ones are bad. Composure's also pretty bad. First touch is inexistent. Same as always, we triggered a press on him just because technical skills are missing. Do we want to avoid short goalkeeper distribution in this setup? That would imply a long ball. And if we face a long ball, Safri and Cario will be, more often than not, forced into some sort of jumping and positioning-based challenge. Both have pretty decent jumping and pretty decent positioning, so I guess that makes sense. He is not that aggressive. Zulkifli is pretty aggressive. Atan is. As is Chuchu. 4 against 4. We should be able to challenge them with a press. More often than not. Or these. He has 3 points of jumping. And he has 5. Or they're wingers. 1? And 1! Okay, so chances are, on the physical side, we can probably out-jump them more often than not. At least that's what I'm coming up with right now. So, out of possession, I want him to prevent short goalkeeper distribution on top of that. I want to regain possession by getting the long ball played towards us. I hope my Mies filter did check for any mistakes. Anything you want to come up with? Anything that comes to mind? Or did I bore you to sleep? Probably the latter. Okay. Alright. So hopefully that works. It's a pretty intense setup overall. Going in pretty high. Closing them down and playing through the middle. But that's it. Like the playing through the middle is just the first emphasis we put on right now. But there might just be a switch to the right or to the left at some point if we notice a notable weakness there. It might also be related to an injury or somebody on a yellow card or something. We can transition to the other alternative, and there's still a reasonable argument to be made there. So they are not that strong. We stand a chance. We're first in the form standings. What the hell? Okay. I told them that we are expected to win. And now I think I will go with a certain assertive encouragement. Not overdoing it. Most of them seem to be pleased or inspired, with the exception of Zulkifli and Atan. Well, Atan is a loanee, and Zulkifli is not with the club for that long. That makes sense. I'm still thinking I'm mispronouncing Zulkifli somewhat, but I have no idea how to pronounce it in a correct manner. No problem though. The opposition squad contains a Zulekifli or whatever it was. Zulekifli? Something like that. Good luck, sir! Also, not on this pitch. They have the kickoff. We will hopefully have the win. Tajuddin, Hashim and Masrin intercepts. Clears for a throw-in. We get a free kick by Ankun, and that just hits the top of the net. Ikmal. Well intercepted by Sophie. Zulkifli, Diego. No penetrating pass. Ankun. Neither. Masrin. Ah! It was a long shot. That one was not taken by Masrin, but by Ankun, I think, right? Masrin didn't know what to do with it. Takes the corner. Carrier doesn't get to the ball. Masrin again. Zulkifli! Second goal of the season by Mr. Zulkifli. Assist provided by Masrin. And it goes without saying, this was after a corner. We didn't win the duel at the near post. That was pretty close, by the way. This guy was pretty close, Johari. Do you remember that I set up this tactic like this because the midfielders are no good at tackling and in defensive positioning? Seems like it worked in some sort of absurd fashion this time, after a corner. I would have expected that to work out of game, I guess, or out of play is the way I want to put it. Well done. Well tackled. We do also have a 70-ish% possession right now, a little lower. And somebody just got a yellow... Oh! Look at that. 2 of them on yellow cards now. We'll keep it at going through the middle. This is as expected though. Sophie, nice one. Choo-choo! Fucking hell! Third attempt on goal, second one in the back of the net. Choo-choo's long shots really are impressive given that he has no skill whatsoever in them. Sophie just won the tackle, really. And the rest, as they say, is history. Not bad. Well, you can probably start appraising now. That said, this feels like an occasion where we might get complacent sooner rather than later. Well done, Sophie. Well done. I'd rather take the free kick. Nothing came of it, it seems. Ankun, will we have a long ball? Good pass. Oh, Diego. How? Good save by Zaidil. So, this is concerning already. This was the right one of their strikers, so the left one of our defenders, which is Safri. Safri has 8 points of pace and 8 points of acceleration. His positioning is pretty good though. Carrier is even slower, so there's no way we can switch those two. And that's probably the biggest concern for the entire second half of the season. We need them to be, well, either with better positioning or even faster. Granted, if we play them, they might gain half a point there. Until the end of the season, that is. But I'm not impressed. Yeah, well, the defensive side, I can certainly see why there's a bit of a problem. Atan's early cross and Chuch. Fucking hell, Chuchu. Wow. He powered that one straight into the net, the edge of the net, I guess. The corner. It's the corner of the net. Well, more or less. Muhammad had his fingertips on it. 3 goals in 25 minutes. I think I'm impressed. Didn't expect that. Or are they? There's only one that's very frustrated, and one is disenchanted. Everybody in our team seems to be in a good mood for some reason. Safri, Sophie, good pass, Ankun. Nah, they are not poor. We need the 3 points. I want you to emphasize with our side. This is very important for us. And we need to get this over the finish line first, and afterwards we can deal with whatever comes up next. Also, we can do with another 5 to 10 goals. No problem. Atan skips past the defender. He is faster and the defender is on a yellow. Zulkifli with another bad long shot this time though. Zulkifli's long shooting is 7, I think. Could do with some improvement, but it could be much worse. And he has a good finish. So for him to take the shot from time to time is not the worst idea. Carrier's defending, that was interesting. Ikmal skips past his man. And Carrier once again clears into touch and we face a corner. No, that's no problem for Zaidil. By the way, the pop-up here is something that is covered by the chat box, so it definitely makes sense to hit the chat box on the right from that perspective. Maybe I need to set it up in a different way. Oh, I will find out. Ankun wins the header, but that's about it. Omar, Muhammad, long floated ball, that should be easy to defend, and it is. Chuchu. Chuchu with a penetrating pass. That's one for the keeper. Did close down the defenders, it seems. Mazrin wins the header. Johari sadly covers Mr. Diego. Close him down? Doesn't close him down. Ankun does. And we do concede. A long shot. It cannot even be called a shot at this point. It's more of a pass into the corner of the net, I think. Ankun's tackle was... Just look at that. curve past's ideal. We gotta do better than that. Oh, Ankun. He's not that fast. Please tell me this is offside. It's not offside, Saldiel's there to save the day though. So I guess the question is, do we want to go defensive instead? Still up by 2 goals. Don't want to rush it just yet. I think we can probably make it till halftime. Tell them not to be complacent. And they had 3 chances overall, so it's not like it's very likely that they will pull off another 5. That said, as long as Safri is caught out of position like this. Yeah, that's no good. Can we change this? Well, we can switch these two, but carriers even... Pace-wise, is even worse. We can pull Sophie and Ankun from their specific player marking, so they drop back a little bit more. Hopefully that helps. That said, we only have 3 minutes plus stoppage time to look at that, and we'll probably not see it. By the way, 71% possession on our side so far. Hopefully Diego didn't score today. Sophie for Mazarin. Mazarin's... Wow! That cross was damn dangerous. In the last second, the central defender intercepted. Maybe Chuchu can provide something more. What a save! The free's header definitely was destined for the back of the net. If not for the goalkeeper. Second attempt, maybe? Not this time. Safri with a bicycle kick for some reason. Acrobatic experience by the central defender. Didn't hit the target though. Zurückgefleht. Hatan. Ankun. Sophie past the defensive line. For Chuchu. Chuchu's cross. Finds Diego. Diego doesn't find the back of the net though. If Diego had good heading, he could devastate the entire league. So I'm gonna tell them, don't be complacent. Like Ankun, for example, who is complacent already. What do we do about this? I think he hasn't been good enough. He lacks self-belief. Oh, Ankun. Why? Same with Hussein, really. He's inspired, at least. So we'll play Ankun for another, I don't know, 10 to 20 minutes, maybe. Anything that comes to mind with the rest of them? I guess the 6.8ers can be encouraged again. That's inspiring to them. The ones with a 7 point something rating and the one with an 8.1. I'd rather not praise them too much. They seem to put some attention into the game right now. Omar's been replaced by another right back. So straight from the get-go, we need to find out about Mr. Tajudin. Mr. Tajudin is pretty fast. Has good crossing. First touch is okay, bravery is okay, strength is pretty low. Well, he's right-footed. I'm stupid. It's the other one that came on. Pretty similar attribute profile though. First touch is a bit lower. Tackling's pretty bad for a defender. He is somewhat fast. I think we still show him to the weaker foot, and there's that. Well intercepted by Sophie. Zulkifli again. Nice long ball by Zulkifli for Artan. Nobody in the middle. Somebody in the middle. Oh, Diego! Tajudin. He can have the ball, yes. Zainal can't. No problem, Sophie takes it. Ankun, Safri. Play a patient passing game, please. He does. That's totally fine. 70% possession is okay. We do not necessarily care about scoring another goal as long as we don't concede one. Mazrin doesn't care. Mazrin wants to score another goal. Or provide an assist. And granted, that was pretty close. So that still works. Also, Ankun still lacking self-belief. Is Killian on the bench? Not sure. Zulkifli, Mod Hussein with a cross from deep. Finding Chuchu with the header, that's hopeful. Good pass by Chuchu. Mazrin, Zulkifli. 4 goals. Yes, it's Perlis. Still gotta score those 4 goals. Whew. You can probably see all the nervousness falling off at this point. Here. I knew we needed to win. Now we just need to get it over the finish line. And really, Ankun. Yeah, well, still. Gotta get the win. He's complacent. Fuck. What do I do now? Everybody coming on will probably be complacent. Oh, we can play Zulkifli in the back line, can't we? Sure, let's do that. He'll hate it. Thomas is complacent too. Fuck that. We'll keep the one with the lack of confidence on the pitch. And we will praise everyone, so hopefully that will go down well with Ankun. Even though he doesn't deserve it. Nice work, Chuchu. Cross from deep from Mazrin. That's claimed by the keeper, sadly. Same as this. Nice pass by Mazrin. Oh, Zulkifli's tackle was a little bit late. Sophie's defending is pretty great in this match. It is somewhat reflected in the rating, but not to the degree that I feel he's doing pretty well. Artan, Ankun, Mod Hussein with a cross from deep. Zulkifli. Mazrin's throw in. Chuchu passes it back to Mazrin. Zulkifli again. Mazrin with a cross. And That could have been a header by Atan. Wasn't to be though. Mazrin takes the corner. Carrier. Well, that corner came in pretty fast. At least from this perspective. 73% possession. Ankun, Diego. Atan. Skips past the defender. No header by Zulkifli this time. Overall, this is pretty good. Also, Ankun is in a better mood right now, and apparently Safri is complacent. So, seen from that perspective... That could have been another goal if somebody would have reacted. Well, Dicky is not complacent, so what do we do with that? I think we'll bring on Abdullah anyway, for Safri. At this point. Hopefully that helps. He's fresh after all. Zulkifli as well as Chuchu are sitting on 2 goals each. Can't really sub them off. I want him to concentrate. How do I tell him? No reaction whatsoever. I tried to increase the pressure on him. Didn't really help. Abdullah would have preferred to stay on the bench. Fuck off. You can play. I will remind the entire team to stay focused once I can. If I get to it. Focus, guys. Focus. That didn't go through yet, did it? Diego. Nice ball by Diego for Chuchu. Is it too fast? Nah, he'll get there. Chuchu, back to Mazrin. No cross. Zulkifli. Ah, fuck! This guy's really dangerous at the edge of the area, isn't he? And everybody seems to be overwhelmed by the fact that I'm reminding them that they should stay focused. Don't let him cross. That's even worse. Nice tackle by Carrier. Well done. No penalty. Diego. All alone. Well, I guess Chuchu's there, at least for a second. This looks pretty impressive overall. Sophie. It's offside. Okay. Chuchu loses the ball. Sophie wins back the ball. Abdullah. Where are we going with this? Straight down the right. Ankun retains possession. That's not too bad, is it? Atan. Sure. Diego's goal was still missing. Makes it 5. I guess Perlis are bad. That's it. Still pretty happy with this. And the assistant, so Jaron Mullet, just reminded me that somebody's sitting on 2 yellow cards. And might want to be replaced in this situation. So I think that's reasonable. We'll play Dicky for a few minutes here. And, well, I will just rotate according to sharpness needs, I think. So Ishak can come on too. I guess Hasnan can come on for Diego. Hasnan does play as advanced forward though. Which is entirely possible in this kind of setup. So no reason not to do this. Is Hasnan the one that... He can dribble. Hey, he improved recently. Okay, so Hasnan can dribble, take fewer risks, shoot more often, I'm not so sure. I want him to dribble closer to goal more of the time. And he's off tackles, probably. He has a pretty bad long shot, right? Yeah, it's free. So that said, if he's close to the goal, his finishing's pretty good. Composure's pretty bad, though. And who needs some additional experience? I mean, we could play Thomas, but it's really not needed. We'll keep the last one in case somebody gets injured. Motivated and inspired, it's something. Five goals. Hasnan's complacent from the get-go, same as Ishak. Where's the other one? Well. Oh, it was Dicky. Yeah. Dicky is calm. Complacency seems not to be the major concern right now. Curry and Dicky. That's no good. Well intercepted for now. Dicky's caught out of position. Hashim, Abdullah. Is this a corner? Not yet. It's a dangerous defensive situation though, but overall they didn't even get a chance. So, well defended. Chuchu's pass for Zulkifli is great. Can he find a passing opportunity? He can't! He'd rather take the shot for the hat-trick, I think. Decent! To be fair, they gave him a ton of space there. And, well, Chuchu didn't really do much. That was all Zulkifli. Wow. So, I guess going through the middle might just work after all, in case you find the appropriate setup. Didn't expect that. 9.5 rating on him. I will not stop the count. We will keep moving with that. And I'll praise him once more. There's not much else to be done here. Even if everybody gets complacent now, we're probably on the safe side. Chuchu, make it 7? Zulkifli, not yet. Sophie, Chuchu again, Zulkifli. Mr. Hattrick. There's Dicky. There's enough space for Dicky to dart forward, he's just not the one to do that. Now he has to. I think doing the defending further forward worked pretty well overall. Nice header by Ishak. Not bad. Artan could be a little bit tired, on the other hand, he's still missing his third goal. Tried to provide a cross. That didn't work. Hasnan still would have preferred to stay on the bench. Dicky with a corner. That's yet another one. Go Dicky. That's no good. Second attempt, maybe. Not this time. Chuchu's too slow. Oh, by the way, it was Chuchu that is on 2 goals, waiting for the third, not Atan. My bad. Should have known. Don't. Nice save by Sideal. He deserves this rating at this point. Not bad. They're doing a more direct passing style. Well, okay. We're doing, come to think of it, whatever happens here, we're doing this. Freaking time wasting and working the ball into the box. Because we don't need an additional goal. We just need 75% possession or something. Also, come to think of it, definitely ease off tackles. On most of them anyway. Oh no. What the hell, Ishak? I guess it's the Zulkifli day in different variations. Or whatever he's called. Zulkfeli, sure. Zulkifli and Zulkfeli. It's a Zulkfeli day too. Alright. Yeah, I will still continue with these changes. Why, Hasnan? You are specifically instructed not to. Yeah. Hopefully not, man. I did not expect to go to a 6-3 overall. That said, Sideal is still on the pitch, so... not sure where to go with this. That's intercepted by Zulkifli. Arsenal still ready to run with the ball. Atan. Here's Ishak. Abdullah, Sophie. That's it. So, not only did we score 6 goals, we also conceded 2, which is a bit a sad occasion, I think. But we also had 70% possession. That's the highest I've seen in a while. Is this coming from where I think it comes? Like, is this related to their bad ball-winning capabilities in the middle of the pitch? Did it actually make sense what I did? Or is it just a random freak accident? I might just figure this out in the next 10 years after all. At least. On a computer in Football Manager. Not so much in real life. But, yeah. There might be the odd coincidence here and there, but on the other hand, maybe that's also how it works. Well, Pearl is now granted a -14 goal difference, with a teeny tiny addition of -4 on our behalf. Could have been more. And our goal difference sadly doesn't count for more than 1 point. But I think at this point, we are probably far enough away for KL Rovers not to get there anytime soon. Hopefully. Who knows? Yep. Well, we were under a lot of pressure prior to that one. KL Rovers as well as Saints won both of their matches prior to us playing. Also, Melaka won. So, it's basically all the same up here. Bukit Tamun lost too. The only thing that's more or less granted at this point is even if we lose the remainder of the games, we will probably not get relegated. That's for sure. But the league tends to separate a bit more. Basically everybody in the upper half won, more or less. Well, that's maybe a bit strong of a statement, but the top clubs won, including us. We are a top club now. At least this will be a positive impact on the reputation, hopefully. Hell, we might get promoted, who knows? There, I said it. Yep. Very hard games. Fleet scored 3 goals. I would argue we need to rest him, but he needs to get that training in. So, I guess... How's he doing? Next match is in 6 days. So, if he does recover, we can play him. That said, there is a reasonable argument to be made to rotate at this point. I know it sounds really weird, but he's very susceptible to injury. So playing him every second game and letting him train in between probably isn't the worst idea to make sure he doesn't hurt himself. I need to come up with something. Not really sure how to go about this yet. Well, it didn't put him up in the hierarchy just yet. That's also something that's going on here. Assuming his performances improve like they do right now. His leadership is 13. Teamwork is not that horrible. Work rate is still pretty okay. Coaching batch? Oh. Good idea. But I think I'm doing a coaching course. Am I not doing that? Yeah, I got it. Usually it should be in here. So... I think I'm either in the process of doing one or... Where's the damn board? Here. Coaching course. Course was arranged for a ton of people. That might include me. I can definitely not ask for one right now. It would be in here. Let's ask for another coach for the senior squad, just because we can. There's always the option to improve a little bit. I also still want... Where is it? I want a sports scientist. That's not possible. Build new stadium. Nope, that will not happen anytime soon. I want a senior affiliate, but nobody will care. Okay. So I guess we'll keep it at the coaching courses. We can also probably go through these. So Chris Kringle apparently doesn't need a coaching course, neither does this guy. Maybe somebody's missing the coaching course though. Like Mr. Gary here. He's a physio though. But whatever, we'll try to send him on a coaching course either way. Kamal can also be sent on a coaching course maybe. Is he? We sent 3 people on a coaching course, didn't we? Well, we tried to. So, who knows, maybe one of them is interested. Manjung will be pretty hard. Melaka afterwards will be even harder. we will need to rotate a little bit, and hopefully nobody will hurt themselves. Well, yes, I agree with that. Don't you say? His form's pretty impressive too. 4 matches, 4 goals, 1 assist. Yeah. I'm really hoping that whatever happens, if we get promoted or not, it's weird to say this, but assuming we do Zulkifli, I think most of the time in Malaysia. I will look it up immediately. Still, it feels like we stand a reasonable chance to get promoted. For now, as long as we can keep the good run going and nobody figures out the tactics. That said, we shifted tactics a slightly little bit throughout the season, so that might just be that we, as a matter of coincidence, I think, we figured out that we needed to shift tactics a little bit. Attacking worked for a while, but maybe possession-based is better now. In particular, given that we have, wow, this is also a record on the goal scoring. In particular, given that we have technically more gifted players now. Killeen performs well in his new position, but not well enough yet. Zulkifli, on the other hand, let's have a look at his history. You wanted to see. So, prior to playing for us, he played for Sarawak for a while, it seems. That's where we got him, apparently. But I think he was released on a free. Not sure why that happened. And he was with Selangor Armed Forces PKNS. He played in the Liga Super for a while. For a ton of clubs, really. But all of his career in Malaysia. Yeah. He basically made a comeback. Yes. But I'd argue I learned something, I think, in this save, really. Given the circumstances around here, I guess I was aware of that. It's not like I learned it anew, but practice is very different from knowing in theory. So I have some experience with previous installments of Football Manager on older players. Like, I had a deep-lying playmaker at some point that was pretty old and pretty great. He was like, I don't know, 33 or something. And I developed him into a really great deep-lying playmaker at this age. In a lower league, I might add. And he declined physically, but for a deep-lying playmaker, it barely matters. It's the first time that I'm doing a similar approach with an Enganche. And, like, I never used this role. He's no good at this, not yet. He didn't develop in it yet. But it seems like it is fitting of his attribute profile for now, and he can still get better for a year or two in this. If he is in decline overall, he will get worse, and, well, then this will be the end of this experiment. For now, though, it seems like he gets experience from playing, and maybe, just maybe, he will hold on to this level of play for another year or two. At the age of 38, he will probably be in decline no matter what we do. On the other hand, look at the physicals. He still has some way to go in his decline. So, even if he loses a point per season, as long as he retains some of his mentals and some of his technical skills, well, he won't lose much dribbling, that's for sure. So I'm really hoping that he gets some additional development in particular on the mental side, really. The technical side is more or less fine. I don't worry much about that. As long as he can retain whatever he has there, he's pretty great. On the mental side, though, he could do with some improvement. And that would just make him a real threat throughout the league. Because mentally gifted players around here are also pretty rare. So it's very unkind the rest of the league. I don't believe it. So we do not get a coaching course. But we do get an additional coach for the first team. Coaching is integral to your success, so if you say it's needed, we'll grant your request. Well, yes, of course it is. Sure. What kind of coach do we need, though? Well... What's the worst category right now? Goalkeeping coaching. Great. We do have 2 goalkeeping coaches, though. Probably won't sign a third. Set pieces coaching could do with an improvement. The imbecile that's doing that right now, well, we picked him off the street. Yeah, sure, it was Chris Kringle's idea, of course. Very good idea. Chernobyl, pretty bad, to be honest, in tactical defending. But there's also, I think the fitness coaching is pretty lackluster. We need a fitness coach, really. That's what's needed. Problem is that's the hardest to come by. But I'll try. I'll just sort by fitness coaching, won't I? Holy shit. These are bad. Nah. Okay, what's the alternative? We can also do with a set piece coach. Making myself unemployed again. Who cares? 3 points. Fuck that. What else? So, tactical attacking, tactical defending, tactics coaching. So, tactical attacking, defending, yeah, that's the 2. So, we go for stuff search. Tactical attacking or defending, let's have a look. Attacking and defending are pretty bad. Tactical coaching is not much better. Can we get somebody with 4 points of tactical? I guess we can go for coaches only. Yeah. Where is this going? Okay, that would be him. His mentals are absurdly bad. His mentals are a little bit better. Ashri Chuchu! Well, which of the 2 is this? Ashri Chuchu will probably be this one! That's, well, he's supposed to be a winger. For us, though, he is known as the Choo-Choo Train. So, yeah, I think, well, I know his counterpart in Football Manager, at least. Does that count? That's what we're going for. Do you also find the other one? Also, welcome back to the stream, Journal. I hope you had a good... I guess it's weekend. Christmas! Hope you had a good Christmas. Sorry for pointing you out that way. And you're welcome to look along. Ah, well... I just got excited for a second. So... What do we do now going forward? I guess we need to get another wing. Wing. I guess we need another win against Manjung City. That'll be much harder. Given that this is the Ocean Rage. I certainly like the nickname. He does? Leg injury. Well, he has no injury whatsoever in here. Medical report says average, so you must be mistaken. Yep, that happened. He played until 2019 with Kuala Lumpur, and then came back playing for Sarawak United, it seems. Zero. He's kept at under 20 level though. That said, at the age of 33, I'm not sure if that counts for anything. So, no, not really. But I think recently he's done pretty well. Let's have a look at the attribute development for a second. I will probably be devastated afterwards, but whatever. That's... He's dropping physically. As a 33-year-old, that's to be expected, really. Also, his dribbling went down. I guess that's to be expected too. Mentals go up though. Okay. That's definitely the correct player though. Can you find the other one too? Does he have an entry on Wikipedia? He's Asman bin Chuchu, not to be confused with Ashri. On the other side of Malaysia. Yeah, maybe. But, so I found out, I got taught by the television, that the part of Malaysia that we are on, the island is called Borneo. Or in Indonesian, it's called Kalimantan. It's pretty big. Third largest island in the world. Also, apparently it seems to be covered mostly by jungle. That's what I expect right now. I'm not so sure. So I kind of grew a bit more familiar with it, if that makes sense. So we might go for another club in Malaysia, but really, at the moment, Joel Nollet, I don't think so. It just doesn't look that way. But I don't know, it might go bad. We're also sitting on 75k right now. So finance-wise, we are probably fine too. Oh, the ASEAN games are under 23 games. Okay, good to know. I'm not aware of any of this. Just want to mention something here, given that you joined right after the match, Gerard, in case you want to be spoiled, which probably you want to be. Somebody scored his first hat-trick, a 36-year-old. So, that was pretty great. And we won the last match 6-2. Yep, true. On the other hand, if we continue playing like this, we will probably be the biggest club in Malaysia either way. Because, well, we might just get promoted and afterwards we will be a professional club, if I see that correctly. Nope. Don't know any Diane Cools. He might have left prior to us doing it to save. Let's have a look at the scouting report. This is not a scouting report. The analyst is on vacation, it seems. So, this looks like going down the wing to me. Also, no good corner taking in this squad. And Cools, the Belgian Malaysian. That I recalled somebody like that, I think. This one? Okay, interesting. Yeah, he was born in Kuching. True. That's this one. He's also declared as a Malaysian. Huh. He might play for us in case he wants to. I don't think he wants to leave Thailand though. So going back to this, before we share additional trivia, they are really bad at corner taking. In particular also at corner defending, so we will need to focus on set pieces here. They are pretty good jumpers for some reason. Effective from through balls. So we want to score after a corner or two. Sadly, we only have Diego around and, well, not Jorge Cesar. With Jorge Cesar, this would be a cakewalk. With Diego around, though, well, I also should probably emphasize that I expected this to go a little bit faster. His flexibility is probably 1 on a scale of 1 to 20. So, yeah. It will take another 5 years to teach him how to play as a striker. On the other hand, as long as he scores every single match, what do I care? Right? Do we have chocolate around here? Nice. So, what's going on in the United States? Anything new? On the other side of the big pond? Nothing? That's not much. Hopefully we'll get another win today. Man, it would be great. That one loss really... that weighted heavily on my conscience. I was like, how did we manage to lose this? You realize that I was just about to eat chocolate, right? I mean, I guess I will still be able to cope with that news. It's not like I'm... How do I put this? I think I was vaguely aware that he was carrying around some sort of apparatus on his leg. So that is old news, right? So given his age and, well, his physical composition, as far as optics go, that shouldn't be too surprising. Like, it looked like he wears a diaper for, like, years. So, this is the biggest news? You sure? I shouldn't put out political statements here. So, I will probably keep it at that, but, a very mean comment towards the Republican Party came to mind just now. I will probably keep it for myself, to myself. Dickie's disappointed with his training rating, as am I. He played a lot recently. I think he played enough. He should do better. So that's all the news in the United States, really. And this is what they dig out of a hole. Bad way to phrase it. This is what they dug up. I mean, there's so much shit with Trump going on throughout the years. That's good news. Well, if you didn't blow up yourselves. Which reminds me of something, given local news. I want to share local news from Germany too, if I can, as much as I can. So, Mies, by the way, Did you go for a swim recently throughout Germany? Or did you avoid the zones that were destined to go for prolonged swimming? No, I didn't. They're all trash. Like, I would want a new coach, but we have two options, and they have tactical as well as attacking or defensive coaching of 4 to 5. Most likely 4. Also really bad mentals. So, well, you do not need to wait much longer. I heard that some rivers in Germany carry way more water than they should at this point. Also, some villages maybe. So that's no good. Well, neither do I. I guess I like swimming, I'm just incapable of doing it in a proper manner. That said, I will probably only go for a swim if electricity and or internet are no longer available up here. Then it will be too late. But I think Nuremberg is pretty okay so far. We did have our bathing event recently though. Similar stuff in the United States? Don't think so, right? There's enough space over there. You barely have problems with too much water. I will Google now for the Trump story. Maybe I'll look that up later. It's distasteful. I think so, yes. I can imagine her all the way I want, right? So, why not? I also thought about your the request of the stamp. In my defense, I came back like half an hour to an hour prior to starting the stream. So I didn't really have the time. I'm sorry. I guess I could have done it on the laptop, but I'm not even sure if Twitch is configured there and if I have the password and stuff there. So yeah, whatever. I didn't do the sticker yet. I didn't forget about it though. I have it in the back of my head. And I thought about it. Maybe I'll just do really just some sort of font, not like anything in particular as a graphic, because well, I have no idea how to design graphics, and probably finding a graphic that says imaginary girlfriend approved, that will probably be pretty hard, in particular Creative Commons. So that will not happen. But I'll try to come up with something. Also, I wanted to ask on the stream stickers board. Yep, I do. The original one. Like, it says OBS 3002. So, you know, the one that is very slim on resources given the hardware that I use. Okay. They are bad at taking free kicks. They are bad at, no, they are bad at free kicks and corners. I guess we're read about corners, right? So we need to practice attacking corners. And not much else, so we will go with pro ends. Transition phase? We could do that, but really, I'd rather defend given that we conceded another 2 goals last match. The defensive side is our problem right now. So let's focus on that. It's just a slight assumption here. It seems like we might be capable of scoring a goal or 2 in each match. Want to look into this? 6, 3, we scored a 1 here, 4, 4, 1. Okay, this was really bad. So, out of the last 6 league matches, we scored at least 1 goal most of the time. Well, all of the time. But twice we only scored 1. If we take the last 7... yeah, we are probably okay with the goal scoring, I think. Still hate that 1 loss. Alright. So, what are we to do now? Why do you ask about OBS, by the way? Something in particular that comes to mind? Shall we play Silky Flea again? He will probably be okay with a rest. Also 1 yellow card away from suspension. Yeah, he was like that last time, right? I will skip forward a little bit, and then we will determine whom to play. We should probably focus on the opposition and find out what's an appropriate way to counter them. I did, by the way, yeah, okay. So, there's also, what's it called? So, OBS is the base software. You should probably use that. OBS is a bit fiddly to set up, the scenes and all that stuff, but in my experience, OBS comes without bullshit. So, this is, yeah, the basic OBS, the one with the black icon. You should use that one. There's also other stuff that is derived from OBS Studio, but it comes with additional bullshit that you don't want, like an account somewhere and stuff. You really don't need that. And don't get baited by their pretty graphics and stuff that come along with additional ads for, I don't know, get this subscription for music here and there. That would be an option, sure, but I do not think it's needed for a first-time streamer. Just do what you think is appropriate for a stream or for recording, and OBS Studio is pretty great with that. It might take a day or 2 for you to figure out how to set it up, though, just as a fair warning. Like, it's not impossible, but, well, as somebody that has a pretty low-grade experience with that, I think I figured it out pretty fast, but it still took me a day or 2. And you will need to go for constant improvement. We had a discussion about camera position, for example, right today. And, well, there's some teeny tiny stuff to be learned there, like where to put the camera in relation to who you are, and how to set this up on the screen and stuff. It's a really low-grade stuff, but it needs to be learned anyway. And to be honest, it comes with... you are somewhat restricted by your circumstances. I will just show you. If I put the camera... I'll do this right on stream, in case you're interested, right? I could put the camera over here. Like this. This is rubbish because I'm not looking into the center of the screen anymore. I'm looking somewhere, right? So this is bullshit. Don't set up the camera like this. You want to look into the middle of the screen. But if I do... Where the hell is it? If I do it like this, then it works in a better way. Still no good though. Probably should go a bit, you know, further away. Also, this is the very kind side, because, you know, my hair is all in the face, so this is bullshit. Also, there's the lights here. So I would need to come with different lighting here. It doesn't exactly... I mean, it's my face, so whatever. You can have your jokes, right? But it doesn't exactly enlighten my face right now. So I need the light somewhere else. This is an LED light chain though. So I would need to glue this to the wall or something. So I'm kind of restricted by the circumstances. That makes sense. If you set it up, it's borderline impossible to think about all of this. You will find some stuff later on. Journal it. So try to set it up in a reasonable manner. Pick a guide or something. Feel free to drop me a message. And maybe I have an idea or two. But don't be too hard on yourself if you realize later on that the camera needs to be put on the other side. or something like this. It happens all the time. And then you just need to do a revamp. For example, Football Manager shows some important stuff over here, but, well, I have a hard time setting the camera over here. So Mies just told me put it to the right. I had it on the right at the start of streaming and put it to the left because it was shit. So now I'm kind of torn in between. Also, I'm looking for the camera here, even though it's here, because I got used to it. Yeah. Let's put it back to the left though. Yeah, come here. Don't take my fingerprints. Yep, there's that. I don't know if that helped, but stuff like this. And setting up different scenes, the stuff you don't want to set up, like this, and that, and that, and that. That's no fun whatsoever to set up. In particular, finding graphics that are on Creative Commons license and, you know, you can use. There's, I guess you're in the United States, so it's a bit easier. You have this fair use thing. In Europe, you will just get bashed by lawyers. I'd rather not go there. There is no fair use over here. If I use the logo of Manchester United, they will come after me. So, don't do that. If you can avoid it. And that's all. It has nothing to do with streaming overall. It's just annoying to deal with. If that makes sense. Okay. Enough of that, right? Hopefully the rant was somewhat useful anyway. Also, I really have no idea about streaming other than that. Like, I barely do this in my free time. So maybe you can ask, I don't know, other people that have more experience with streaming than me. Feels weird to say this about after more or less a year. But I realized that, I don't know, streaming 2 times a week is not experience that other people do not have, right? Still very low grade. And I'm okay with that. What kind of stuff you're interested in doing videos or streaming though? Is there something in particular that comes to mind? He's pretty good in the attack, so we'll do that. FM. Okay. Yeah, great. So, in case you want to do video recording though, do not forget that it depends on the platform, right? That's very unsolicited. What is it pronounced? Unsolicited? Something like this, advice. But what I was going on about is it really depends on the platform. What kind of content you need to create. YouTube's pretty shit for the stuff that I do. Or, let me rephrase that. I'm pretty shit for YouTube, the way I do content right now. This is not even entertaining to most of the people on Twitch, because there's no music and no flashing lights, and, you know, Football Manager is probably as unentertaining as it gets to most people, in particular played at this pace. And I'm like, you know, as Sealand put it, the big-headed guy or something. So, like, most people will look into the stream and be like, fuck off, no! And go away. And that's even worse on YouTube. Like, they click the YouTube video, realize this is a stream that goes on for 4 hours, and get out of it immediately. There's... no, this is me insulting my viewers. There's the odd psycho out there that wants to watch a Football Manager stream wholeheartedly, and the entirety of it to learn from it. And they don't get their depth, I think, from educational videos. There's well edited videos on YouTube or this or that. Like tutorial videos for every basic bullshit on Football Manager. And also for some of the advanced stuff. But at some point you just need to watch a stream to figure out the details. For example, the way you set up tactics or something. The way you figure out what works and what doesn't. You learn from mistakes, right? So at some point there's a reasonable argument to be made about watching a stream. And at this point, it's very interesting to watch the stream of somebody that goes on about this for hours. Like, if you want to waste your time. So this is where I come in. Or where I could come in. There's a ton of streamers that can come in at this point. But, like, if you watch a stream of the Sealand kind, don't want to bash him in particular, it's just one of the few streamers that I actually watched, where most of the stuff is just keep it going and, you know, be entertaining and stuff, there's probably less to be learned in that kind of stream. If you, I don't want to bash the guy in particular either, but if you watch Lelusho, for example, you will probably be broke if you follow his advice. That's just how he rolls in Football Manager. It's a meme after all. At least according to what I know. So, I guess there's a niche maybe. But if you just upload random ass Football Manager stuff to YouTube in 4-hour streams, you will probably end up with like 10 viewers for a video, and people will watch this for like 5 seconds. So people emphasize the grind a lot. Like, you need to do this repeatedly and so on and so forth, and then you will get big at some point. No, you won't. You won't. That said, it still helps to be somewhat consistent, I feel. But it's really for 1 or 2 viewers. And, well, you know mine. Nope. But feel free to link it on the Discord. I will have a look. What's the name of the guy that does statistical analysis of impact of attributes of Football Manager stuff and so on? I'm aware of that guy, for example. I forgot his name though, sadly. That's pretty niche content too, but it's a niche of 100,000 people or something. So it's a pretty big niche. He found that. And but he does simulations for stuff, and it's more database related. It has it has to do with the game, but he's not really playing the game anymore. It's more like simulating the impact of this or that, and doing statistical analysis for it. So that's very different from doing actual Football Manager playing time content, right? So being a content creator has nothing to do with playing the game in the end. That makes sense. If you do something else than I do, and I'm not successful with it in any way. So there's just a distinction, I think. One is a job and the other one is just doing some random ass streaming. And if you're fine with it, don't make it your job. But if you want to make it your job, you gotta approach it in a different manner, I think. I guess that makes sense to you, hopefully. It's just different things. All right, enough of the rant. It was a very excessive rant. Sorry. It's also frustrating, obviously. There's no reason not to share that. Okay. Okay. Well, that's not bad, right? But as a streamer, you're trying to come up with all of the different stuff, right? Just to include it in your stream and to find out if this or that works. Like in my case, just think of the stickers, right? It's not like the stickers are that popular on this kind of stream. I very much appreciate that you use them, but I wouldn't exactly say that they are the correct tool for this thing. It was just an experiment, really. And it's like, give me a second. Can I preview this? Yeah, I can preview
This
the
is a
sticker
voice
crate.
preview of your talking sticker. Sounds pretty good to me.
Great. So I set this up recently, but afterwards I realized that Stream Stickers wants 100 bits for one occasion of using this. And I was like, I cannot do that to my viewers. Like, 1 bit maybe? Sure. I guess we can argue about 5, but not 100. I do not want anyone to pay a dollar for putting this random bullshit on my stream. That doesn't make sense. So, for other people though, this is entirely appropriate, but not for me. That time is wasted. Like, I learned something, but in the end it was a waste of time. And I wanted to do a second of those that was more of a with a narrator voice, but whatever. Yeah, so much for ranting about how to set up the stream. Yeah. I wanted to go back to Football Manager in case that's okay. I got triggered, didn't I? Maybe a little bit. Okay, so we need to find out about Manjung City. So the first thing that comes to mind here immediately is the inside forward or the inverted winger is probably a bad idea. This will be highly congested in here. Also going through the middle and stuff is probably not a good idea. So the weak points hopefully are on the wings. Which doesn't really show here. That's not bad! Glad to hear that. Well, you probably should share some of the success with me, though. At least, you know. If we all want to be happy. We know jack shit about him. He's listed for transfer, though. So chances are he's pretty bad? Let's try that. That probably won't happen, but... well, it's way too late anyway. Okay, so we know that on the right side, on our right, it seems like you two have very different experiences with Football Manager so far, if that makes sense. So, I'm happy that you have a good result, Ronaldo. I really am. That's good. How does it feel? This guy's pretty damn dangerous. I'm not sure. I think it's a mix of a bunch of stuff, Mies. In your case. Might even have to do with the custom database and so on. Like, I'm not saying the bad referees are part of a custom database, but you know, if there's bugs, it will probably not get better if you fiddle with it. On top of that, it's still game-breaking bugs sometimes. I have something similar going here. Where is it? With Ankun, I think. What's going on with Ankun? Yeah, it was Ankun's training rating, I think. Ankun's training rating was something that I criticized repeatedly too. He doesn't like it. And also, I think Diego's. Was it Diego's? Yeah, Diego's training is pretty bad. Despite his performances. Just look at that shit. He should have a ton of experience. He doesn't train well though. How romantic. Thank you very much. Yeah, Mies, but that does make sense, though. It was really bad. Like, at least there's conversation protocol for it. In case anyone wants to watch my... How did you put it? Starship Müllabfuhr, you said, right? So, I did a random stream of Hardspace Shipbreaker, and Mies was the only one around and told me all about his one match. Let's just say it sounded horrible. So either the match experience is pretty bad for him, Churl, or he just has a really bad character. Or both. Might also be both. That is random. That is really bad luck. It sounds like that is really bad luck. At least to me. Okay. What do we do now? Alright. I need to figure this out, and I need your help in it, I guess. This guy's not that fast, actually, for Malaysian standards. Pace 8 is okay-ish, but not great. Off-the-ball movement is friggin' good. Good dribbling, good finishing, good heading. That's a poacher. That's it. Shamsuddin, on the other hand, is even better. Also, physically, though, pretty bad. He has 12 points of jumping reach on top of that. Ouch. This could also be considered a target forward. So, that's dangerous. Really dangerous. He's the fast one. That sounds good. If you can also make some money on him, then maybe that's the right approach. Just be careful not to replace too many players at the same time. In particular, have a look at his position in the hierarchy as well as his personality. If you, for example, if you pull off all of the leading players, that will probably go bad. But also, like, just imagine you pull the model citizen as well as, I don't know, 2 resolute players out of the squad, and the rest of them is more or less balanced. There's... Obviously, it's a trade-off, but be careful with that. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. But still be careful to either replace him with a player in the squad that can play there consistently, or be aware that it might not go that well and you might end up in a relegation scrap after all. And be set up for that. You probably are. And don't change too many things. Like, this is a random thing. Not a random thing. This is a well-known thing. Don't do new manager syndrome. So don't change too many things all of a sudden, even if it's just a single transfer window. If you bring in one replacement or one additional player in January, great. But don't devastate squad dynamics if you can. In fact, try to improve it by keeping it small and simple. Because in the second half of the season, you will probably be out of the cup competitions at this point. So a smaller squad might just do. So maybe get 2 or 3 players out on loan or something, depending on how big your squad is. I'm ranting. Sorry. 6 points of passing, that's pretty crappy for a midfielder, isn't it? That is pretty bad. First touch is okay. I probably shouldn't do this here, though. I'm stupid. Alright. We'll go into the proper menu for this. It says we should be defensive. This is an away game, I agree. Let's see. So now we're in the opposition instructions. Alright. Mr. Zakaria here is a bad passer. That's good. So we can... I would argue most of the time we can leave him open. That's actually pretty good. His off-the-ball movement's crap though. So we might as well not instruct anyone to do anything. How is he? His off-the-ball movement is a little bit better, but in particular his passing is way better on Azri. Sadly, this is the position of the playmaker. Alright. So, I don't want to switch the two. What we could do, though, is pair him. He also gets forward whenever possible. Pair him with somebody that is really good at marking and has a good tackle. His dribbling, his bravery, and his strength are pretty low, so we can probably tackle him hard. But this Azri guy needs to be taken out of the game. Who's the one? Is there a playmaker-ish option that can do that? Anku's marking is 8, that's not horrible. Killeen is probably not the right guy to do this. His marking is 9. Never mind. He's a little bit better with that. Less good on the playmaker-ish side though. On the other hand, we need to play him at some point. And then there's Suleiman. Theoretically, we could play Suleiman there. But it feels like Killeen is the way to go. Ankun might forgive me or not, I don't care. How's Killeen's training? That's not bad. Miss it. So we are hoping, his positioning is a bit off, we are hoping that we can mark this Azri guy or whatever he's called out of the game. Where is he? Here. We're hoping for that. Okay, next. So this is still an attacking tactic, by the way, so I'm highly confused here. We should probably also have a look at their central defenders. It says we should go defensive. Don't really have a strong opinion on any of that just yet. These two have a weak foot. He doesn't. Well, he does, but not to the degree than the other, as the other two. Jumping reach is okay-ish on him, but not on the other two. Oh, the wingbacks. I don't know about this guy. He's pretty fast. He's a good tackler. On the attack, pretty low grade, really. I will probably regret saying this. Alright, so the advice was to go defensive. So we'll do that. We'll try to do that. Which means I need to set him up again. Or Makin Azri. Which also means they are highly likely to overcommit. It also means that Harsi is probably the way to go, because we want to go down the wings. We also want to go down the wings here. Overlap is not a thing here, so that's fine. Alright, let's see. So we go down these two wings. First and foremost, we try to mark him out of the game. There's a ball-winning midfielder that faces Zakaria most of the time. Well, he might. There's also... this guy will face either Carrier or Shamshuddin or somebody. No, it's not Shamshuddin. His name is Shamshuddin. Safri is the name. The alternative would be to play Abdullah there. Abdullah's pretty fast. So that's not horrible. Also, Abdullah is very prone to doing mistakes in defense, but he is considered to be consistent, isn't he? No, he's not. But he's not inconsistent. So that's not horrible. We'll try him here. I hate myself for doing this already, but we'll try this. So that's Abdullah's pairing, and this one is Carrier's. Carrier's not horrible with the jumping and the positioning and all. He might stand a chance against Rosley, actually. What are we to do with Zakaria? Zakaria's dribbling's bad, his bravery is low, his strength is low. We're going hard on him. First touch is okay-ish though. No particular emphasis on closing him down. Off the ball movement is inexistent. So we actually also try to mark him out of the game. That would put an emphasis on more passing on these three. Right? By the way, I'm trying not to rant on about this. Feel free to put some input in here. I ranted enough today. And well, it's getting late over here. So feel free to come up with ideas in case I do something very wrong. This, for example, feels very wrong. This guy has really bad off-the-ball movement. And his passing is pretty good. So I'd rather for him not to play a pass. That makes sense. We need to mark him out of the game too. And I'm not sure if that, well, the emphasis on Zakaria might be to our own detriment. Because his passing's pretty great, crap. Not yet, no. So we do not necessarily need to rotate for this game. Like, I rotated Choo-Choo out due to, you know, tactical, due to tactical circumstances. I didn't rotate anyone else. Zulkifli would probably be a good idea to be rotated out here. But what's as strong as possible? Thomas didn't play for a while. Let's have a look at their defense again. First of all, yeah, I get that. But what's the best players? I'm not so sure who's the best player in attacking midfield. And I realized that, you know, Zulkifli just scored 3 goals in one match. But it was in a very specific setup and we exploited a very specific weakness. So at least that's what I tell myself. So I'm not so sure if this is the correct match for this. He's way better with tackling and in defense. So in this case, it's maybe less about technique. Is it more about pace in this case? Baiting him forward? Trying to overwhelm the defense afterwards? He has pretty good positioning and is pretty fast though. He's also pretty fast. Same as him. So in this setup, maybe float the crosses in actually. 2 out of 3 are pretty bad with the heading. He's rubbish. Same as him. So we try to go for floated crosses even though their defender is even better with the heading. But it's still better than nothing and we expect to go down the wing. First and foremost. I think that does make some sense. Alright, so we float the crosses. Zulkifli is a reasonable jumper actually, so that might help. The alternative is to play Thomas. He trains well. Zulkifli is... he's very susceptible to injury, sadly. So... that might be an idea to rest him. On the other hand, he's more prone to receive a free kick here and there. This free kick taking is rubbish, sadly. That would be the perfect combination, I guess. Okay, Chironella said hard tackle their defenders. So on this one, I'm not so sure. I'm quite sure that we do not need to mark him tightly. Dribbling's bad. First touch is not great. Bravery is... but the strength is 7. And you know, our strikers are not exactly known for their tackling skill. So, in this case, I'd rather not. I should also probably have a look at the defensive midfielder. This is the case of a hard tackle, though. His dribbling and bravery and strength are pretty damn low. So, we'll tackle him hard. Next, Mustafa. Same here, bravery is not that low. His first touch is pretty low, though. Now, the problem with that is, if I tell the team to press him, that will probably just exhaust the strikers. On the other hand, it's one of the 3 defenders, so we might as well trigger the press on him and hope for the best. Hard tackling, though, might not have that much of an effect with that bravery. Just remember that our strikers are not that strong either. And then there's Azar. Similar argument. His first touch is pretty damn bad. So there is a reasonable assumption here that we can win the ball of them. The problem now is it stretches our defensive shape pretty much. Also, none of these two can play a pass, can they? Yeah, fuck that. So we will definitely not mark them tightly. Let them play the ball all day. Doesn't matter to us. My biggest concern is the wild card here on the right. We know that he's a good tackler and that's about it. I have no idea if this guy is dangerous or not. What he can do. I don't even know the strong foot. That's pretty bad. First touch of 1. As always. So I guess I want to trigger the press on the goalkeeper in case it comes to it. And this Rosley guy has a pretty bad first touch too, so we need to trigger the press on him too. Shamsuddin on the other end, ouch. He has low bravery but high dribbling. So. Shit. He's off tackles anyway, same here. I'm looking for people with a very weak foot right now. Nah. That's a ton of instructions already. Okay. Do we play Atan here? That's the next question. Or do we play Baru? Atan is the one with the lower crossing. But he's a little bit faster. As weird as it sounds, so that would be the one facing him. Well, he's pretty fast. His positioning is pretty low though, so I guess the off-the-ball movement is damn important here. I do not specifically need the pace, as long as the off-the-ball movement is good. His is 8. What's Baru's? It's 7. Well, hardly a difference, right? So who's the stronger one? According to star rating, it is Atan. He's not that familiar with it just yet, though. Baru, on the other hand, is pretty familiar with this kind of formation, so we play him, right? That would also be an argument for Thomas and against Zulkifli. Don't need Saleh, don't need Amran. Taib is entirely out of shape and also don't expect much. Rachili for Hasnan, maybe. Not really. Yeah, have a nice day, man. And see you soon. Thanks for, paying us a visit, I guess. And good luck with your stream. In case you start streaming or something, let me know. Maybe I have time to watch some. Alright. So much for precision instructions. Now, I'm not sure if this is fitting or for our squad. Basically, we need to shut them down in midfield most of the time. This guy is dangerous though. This one, even though he has 4 points of passing only, this one is able to provide long balls from midfield. That's dangerous. Now, luckily we go down the wings, so hopefully it doesn't matter much. Ball distribution comes to mind. That's in transition, Chris. Yeah, we go towards the fullbacks, that makes sense. Alright, let's go. Anyone wants to come up with a guesstimate of how we will end up after this match? I will grab a Coke. And you can figure out the result. If anyone comes up with a real result, you will have bragging rights, I guess. 3 points. Well, that's more than I was willing to wager, but I'm hoping for a similar result. Okay, let's go. So, this is an away match. We're second in recent form. Terranella recommends that we say this one. Not the real one, just the assistant manager. So we'll go with that. That's not too bad. I also want to have another goalkeeper next season. Did I mention that? I really hate having an inconsistent goalkeeper. I hate it. Okay, that's an interesting perspective to say the least. Three points or nothing? What the hell? What kind of stadium is this? Going down the wing, my ass. So, I definitely feel inclined to go very wide immediately in this stadium, as wide as we can. It's not like there's much space anyway. That said, I'm very happy that we didn't go attacking so far, because that would provide all of the goal scoring opportunity for them immediately. Is this also a case of inviting crosses? Nah, it's the other way around, isn't it? Restricting crosses, because they should be pretty easy to close down. So, quiet passing so far. Not much happening here. I guess I'm okay with that, but against this kind of formation in this kind of stadium, you probably need to go past them with a long ball. Like this. Not exactly like this though. Yes! This is exactly what we needed. Like, in this kind of stadium, it's so hard to get a cross in. Pretty great. Whew. So we got that. Now, the only question is, can we get this through to the end of the match? It's a great start, but we need an additional 87 minutes plus 2 times stoppage time for that. And that will be hard. Pretty hard. Oh no. That was more than just a little bit lucky. That was a great chance for them. Did we encounter another one? Did I miss that? Maybe I did. Long ball by Must. This counts? I thought this was offside. Wow, okay. That goes down as a goalkeeper's mistake there. Should have claimed the ball here. Mustafa with a long ball. Who the hell is Mustafa? That's a central defender, isn't it? One to 2 points of vision and 4 points of passing, and he provides that kind of ball. That's so unlucky. Sure, Rosley is the one to get to the end of these. Still, that is just... he basically knocked the ball forward. Yeah, thank you very much for that information. That was really bad. So now I'm thinking Chuchu would have been the right choice. After all. Motosin finds Baru, and that's it. You can't really turn here. There's not enough space. There's just a lot of random ass passing here. In addition to that, we do get him a lot of free kicks, sadly. What's that? Why did he do that? This guy's passing is dangerous. That should probably be an easy one to defend. Emphasis on should, and that long shot is pretty bad for us. What do we do about this? He's complacent. Same as him. Same as him. This is an away match. I will stick to encouraging, otherwise I would probably demand more in this situation. They are encouraged now. Oh, KL Rovers are behind. How unlucky. That's it. Oh no! Fucking hell! How? Throw in. It's yet another central defender. This one Zaidi is not marked, and this is probably the right back, isn't it? Yes. Right back comes out, Rosalie is way up front. We need to figure out the players here. So Rosalie and Shamsuddin, this is unsurprising, these are the strikers. This Azari guy, we knew that he would dart forward. Killeen doesn't really mark him. Doesn't matter though. That's Zulkifli. Where's Sophie in this situation? Zulkifli, Sophie's here. I guess he went on and marked Zakaria. That didn't work. So that's not inspiring. We also committed 5 fouls, they committed 2. Yet another one. There's too much of that going on right now, and I'm not sure where it's coming from. First thing that comes to mind is we probably closed down too much up front. So I will take that off. Even though it didn't happen much. Let's take that off. Also, closing down this Rosalie guy is probably not always a good idea. I will just take that off. Same with the goalkeeper. I want the players to figure that out by themselves. Maybe that was wrong. Also, we don't create chances. Like, none. They push up so high though. Let's take that off too. Like, take that off. I guess the question is, can we do more direct passing here? Forget about the floated crosses, I don't know if this will work. We need to transition faster, right? So do more direct passing and maybe, well, I guess we keep that. Leave some familiarity with the tactic on the pitch. Will there be a chance? Mazrin... Baru was offside. I'll encourage them once more. If they go down by an additional goal, we will have something very different. But that is a horrible first half. Good works, Ideal. That said, he's still on a 6.2 rating right now, so I guess I jinxed it by calling him out at the start of the match. That's on me. The best part is, well, Saints are up. That's not a good part. I'd rather not look at the league table chest right now. But Kuala Lumpur might lose. So we might even get lucky. To a degree at least. Look at that. If we get the ball, we just need to knock it forward. But we have a really hard time defending here. What's going on there? Our defending seems to be pretty tight for some reason. Why is that a thing? It seems to be congested in the middle of the pitch all the time. The alternative is to go aggressive and attacking now. Then we need to get a goal anyway. So, it doesn't matter much if we concede another one. There's barely any space for wing play here. Also, we need the additional man in the middle. So, I'll bring on Chuchu here. For Harsey. Mazran will overlap anyway. This I do not care much about anymore. There's no attacking width here to be had anyway, so the difference between these two instructions is barely noticeable. Floating crosses, well, not really a thing here. I think we need to increase supply overall. Which happens in this formation anyway. Pretty much the entire squad has a pretty bad game. So we'll go into the dressing room. We'll be aggressive. We'll hate a little bit on them. Arsi goes off anyway. Abdullah's on a yellow card. I guess we should have a look at that. Tackle hard is probably not the correct manner to do this now. So you ease off it. We might bring on Safri at halftime. I'd rather not, but on the other hand, it's probably not a bad idea. So we'll do that. He can tackle harder though. Can't he? Alright. He stays wider anyway. Anything else here? Nothing that comes to mind right now. Hasnan's motivated. Well, that will not help much. In this kind of formation, I guess he could try to find some space here. Let's give Diego... he scored the only goal here. Let's give Diego another few minutes here. Where is... Chuchun's a free. I want them to make a difference, I think. That worked well. And I will probably criticize everyone with a 6.7 or below, so pretty much everyone. Pretty much everyone. With the exception of Diego. Now we got everyone fired up and hopefully we can get a turnaround here. I have no idea, tactically speaking, though, what went wrong. Well, I have an idea what went wrong, but I have a hard time coming up with a counter to that. It's really an annoying kind of tactic to me. I guess more direct and over the opposition defense is the way to go. But we do not really have player skill set for that. Well, good stuff, Sophie. Are any of you aware how to counter a 5-3-2? Or, I guess a 3-5-2, whatever. In a really narrow setup? Just look at that. What the hell was this? What kind of distribution is this? Well, he's not instructed to distribute in a specific manner, so we will distribute to the fullbacks now. Short kicks is fine for him. That said, he might not make a second appearance after this one. He will be rested afterwards. And Killeen's pass was bullshit. It's not that hard to play an appropriate pass here. Fine. Good header by Chuchun. Baru back to Mod Hussein, and then there's nothing. Sophie maybe? Decent pass. Zulkifli, Mod Hussein again. Baru. With a cross all the way to the left. To Mazrin. Safri, Mazrin, Sophie. That's definitely one for Chuchu. Cuts back, there's the cross, Diego, and the header. Now, if only Diego had any heading skill whatsoever. A neutral commentator probably would say, now we have a match. I'm not really excited by this though. In fact, I'm pretty horrified by it. We try to dominate possession now. That's rubbish, but it might end up as a corner. Yes, it does. Well, possession seems to be on our side, not that it serves us in any positive way. Chuchu's corner, and Carrier doesn't even get to the ball. It's so hard to break this down. Mazrin, Jamil Killeen. Ah, that was close. We can probably spend another 15 minutes to trying to break this down though. Don't let him shoot. Don't let him cross either. Alright, that's something. Yeah, a whole whopping 3 shots, yes. I realize. So, but what's the alternative? They are, in this kind of formation, and on this kind of pitch, they are pretty good standing in the back. And basically parking the bus. The problem is, it's pretty much the same if they do it on midfield line. I have a really hard time going past that. So, the first mistake was probably trying to play down the wings, given there's like a margin like this for each winger. 5-3-2. Well, in a way. 3-3-2-2. They go all the way through the middle. And the problem is the pitch is even more narrow than it shows here. You can probably see behind here. Look at that. There's no space whatsoever on the wings. So, I guess the question is, how do we get behind the defensive line? Because otherwise we might not stand a chance, right? Patient passing through the middle will not work. I think that's pretty clear by now. So I'll take off Zulkifli. Now bring on Thomas. Hopefully that gives us an additional impact on the defensive line too. Not sure. It's basically a second striker at this point. Inverted winger backs? Well, but I do not have anyone that is capable of playing inverted wing backs. There's one wingback that goes like down the left to overlap, and on the other side there's one that is more defensive minded. But I guess it makes sense to have inverted wingbacks to counter their attacking, so I can see that. Also, welcome back to the stream, by the way, John. But like, how would this contribute to a constructive build-up? If we are technically very good, yes. So if we can outpass them, but we've clearly shown that we're not even able to play a decent pass if we are not that close together. So closer together, that would just congest the pitch even more, right? Why would an inverted wingback help there? I'm not saying you're wrong, I just don't understand it. But don't we do that already? I guess Mod Hussein could play in support duty. Well, look at it. Where's the difference in having a second striker and having it set up like this? Alright. Overlap here. Still go down the wings. And we will put him on support duty. Crossing more often is a thing anyway. Yeah, that does make sense. So, the biggest concern then is we would change this, but we do not have the players to pull it off. The narrow pitch is pretty concerning overall. Also, the two defensive midfielders here, they certainly didn't stand a chance against their midfield, so not sure what to do here. I'll push him up a little bit higher, not like we have a chance. Mazrin overlapping though, that works! Fucking hell, Thomas! So much for a second striker. So he's definitely there. Three, 2, 5. Like 3 defenders, 2 in midfield, 5 strikers. I'd never heard of that. We should probably try that at some point. Yeah, Hasnan would have scored this, but he wouldn't have been there in the first place. Also... Wow. What a block by Safri. Both of these are alright. Can we push up a little bit higher? Well defended by Sophie. And then it ends up with the opponent. I will demand more now. They probably will hate it. No, they don't. 15 minutes to go. Can we at least get a draw out of this? Doesn't look that way. To be fair, this is way better player material than the last team that we faced. Nice one, Diego. Let me read this. Yeah. I think I get that. I don't really have a formation like this prepared though. And Killian's playmakerish impact is inexistent so far. That was a nice pass by Mazarin. Barely any space for Choo-Choo. Second attempt by Mazarin, maybe? Nice one. Sophie with a long shot. So, like, going down the wing seems to help a little bit. The chances were created like that. I think we can probably agree on that. Baru is a little bit tired and on a 6.3 rating. I'll bring on our Artan. And, well... Sulaiman is, I guess, a little bit more offensive option. So, despite Killian's performance, I will probably replace Sophie here. Sulaiman has better passing skills. Can do a little more direct passing. I will also go all the way attacking now. Fuck this. I want to get that goal. Get out there and turn this match around. Nothing. All out, nothing. Let's go very attacking instead. No patience whatsoever with me. Thomas wins the header. Well, you could have put it in the back of the net. To be fair, he didn't have that many chances. Oh, that also could have ended much worse for them. Demand more again. Masrin with the cross from deep. Oh, Hatan would have been there. That's bad. Come on, guys. 2 minutes of stoppage time. Can we at least get the equalizer? It would have been a big point. Masrin's cross. Oh, ends up with the keeper. Diego gets a free kick. You gotta be kidding me. He hit the woodwork. Adon, last chance? Definitely last chance. Seems like going all out attacking certainly provides some chances. Maybe I should have done that earlier. Killian with a cross. Yes! It's something! Also entirely undeserved. Ahead by Choo Choo. And a cross by Killeen. This is two people incapable of pulling off what they just did. Still, we'll take that. Look at that mistimed jump. Please do that. That's sad. Well, you could put it probably amongst trivia. That there's a stream that very much emphasizes on him. On his virtual representation. Don't be confused if they delete it though. You are welcome to link this stream though. Well, it might be a better idea to link the YouTube playlist. But I didn't encourage you to do that. Even though I think it's a very funny idea. Not sure if the player will appreciate it. I probably, like I insulted him probably 20 times in 20 stream episodes. So, not sure. On the other hand, he has a train going for him, so I don't know. Maybe he'll appreciate that. Diego... Hussein, an additional cross from deep? No, we get a point. Thanks for Choo Choo. We get a point. But really, we got damn lucky to get that point. Happy with the draw in the second half. Well, you were wrong. Or, sorry, let me rephrase that. Mies, I want to apologize. I'm very sorry that I did not manage to get the 3 points. It's my fault. And you were right with your prediction. It was just me that was wrong. I didn't pull it off. Sorry. I will try to do better next time. Pinky promise. Alright. Good that we figured that out. Fucking hell, 1 point only. Still top spot though. This is getting awfully tight, don't you think? PIP and KL Robust. Look at that! They scored the equalizer in minute 93. Holy shit. Saints though, steamrolling all the way to the top of the league again. I don't believe it. Okay. Melaka's next. It's 11:30 though. So, even though I'm very encouraged to continue doing this, I think it's probably a good idea to continue tomorrow. They accepted a trial offer for the wingback that I wanted to scout. He doesn't want to come. Alright, so overall though, today we managed to get a 3-1, a 6-2 and a 2-2. So, out of 3 matches, 7 points, could have been worse. That's it. Could have also been 9. On the other hand, I was really nervous about these two and we managed to pull these off, so that's not too bad. Looking at the league table right now, if I can find it, there it is. I think we can probably agree that relegation is out of order now, given that we are still in top spot. 12 matches to go. It's not 12. It's 11 matches to go? 11 matches to go. So, that's probably a relatively good position to be in, right? Alright, any comments from your side about the save and about the last 5.5 hours? And there's probably the odd comment coming in like, oh, we should have played Willy or something like that. Yeah. Well, once the next week is over, yeah. But this will be pretty close up until the last match, probably. And this is down to the league being very, this is a two-class society, basically. And we are in the wrong category right now. We should be down here. We belong down here. So we're playing with the big boys now. Like KL Rovers, who are a professional club. Or Saints, who are semi-professional, but just looking at their contracts makes my skin crawl. Or Melaka. Looking at that doesn't exactly inspire me either. And then these are professional too. So these are some big clubs. Well, maybe we have some other acceptable player material at this point, but okay. Well, in that case, we just need to sustain it. We just need to keep the players here, need to develop them a little bit. We have pretty good coaching. But given that we are just provided non-contracts right now, where the hell is it? Here it is. Our coaching is pretty good, which reminds me, we should probably set up an ad for a coach. So let's do that. And I will also set up an ad for a fitness coach. We might just find somebody, right? Who knows? We also need a performance analyst, apparently. Yep, why not? Well, that'll not happen, man. If we get promoted, we will probably turn professional and give them professional contracts. A bunch of them. Dicky will be the first one to get one, though. Dicky will be the highest earner in the squad afterwards. I'm quite sure of that. That'll happen. To be a bit more serious, though, I'm pretty happy. You know, just imagine the international gesture for good understanding at this point. Don't want to do it on Twitch. I want to keep my channel, but you deserve it. Thank you very much. You don't get the save file anymore. Definitely not. I will make this a payment only feature. Nah. Thank you very much for being around. I will wrap up the stream and hopefully I will be able to continue this tomorrow. For now, though, I need to find food. Like, it's been 5.5 hours with barely a bunch of chocolate, and it's late here. So, yeah, tomorrow is still free for me. I'm on vacation, and I'm at home. So, at a random ass point, I might start streaming. Most likely in Mikabillion morning, so around 12 soonest. See you next time. Thanks for watching, and have a good evening and a good start into the week. Bye.